delayed reaction yesterday, too. It really built throughout the day. So interesting news in Tesla. Let's talk about Tilray as well. Tilray got Italy's first authorization for medical cannabis, up 3.5%, and that somewhat transitions into Krispy Kreme.
Yeah, well, and I mean, so many of these stories tie together. Yesterday, you were talking about the breakdown of the partnership between Novo Nordisk and Hims and Hers, right?
Mm-hmm.
They sell the GLP-1 drugs, which are not helpful, I would imagine, to both McDonald's and Krispy Kreme.
Yeah.
Those two had joined forces and are now breaking up as well. Maybe they figure, like, since Novo and Hims and Hers are no longer cooperating, they no longer need to either.
Yeah, that's a lot of extrapolation, but...
The stock Krispy Kreme has been absolutely crushed. Over the past year, it's lost like 5 years less, 85% of its value. McDonald's is obviously doing much better. And I also think, like, this Tilray story, maybe that helps Krispy Kreme, at least in their Italian locations.
Yeah, a lot of extrapolation, but I like the way you think, like a portfolio manager. We'll have to see if those bets pay off for Matt Miller. But coming up, strategists say that investors should buy the dip in tech stocks during geopolitical uncertainty. We'll see if Morgan Stanley's Lisa Shallett agrees up next. This is Open Interest.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
The new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake fashion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joanna Versace in Doha, Qatar, and this is Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Well, Wall Street is saying to buy into market declines on political and economic uncertainty. Among them is Michael O'Rourke from Jones Trading. He says that mega-cap tech is a defensive play during times of uncertainty due to their, quote, safety in size. Let's discuss with Morgan Stanley Wealth Chief Investment Officer Lisa Shallett joining us now. Lisa, great to have you with us. And let's start on that point, because tech, it kind of can fit into any box you want to put it in. For some, it's growth. For others, it's defensive. How are you thinking about tech in this current environment?
Well, one of the first things that I would say is we're not thinking about it as a one monolithic sector. This is a time, we believe, given where the aggregate market valuations are, given where earnings expectations are, and how rich both are, that you've got to be a stock picker and you've got to look for more idiosyncratic value. And so we're finding some of that in, some of the semiconductor stocks, some hardware stocks, some software stocks. But what we're not doing is just buying blindly, quote unquote, the Mag 7 or buying blindly, a passive exposure to generative AI.
If you cling too tightly, Lisa, you're going to lose control. We'll get back to that after this break. Lisa Shallot is staying with us through the open. A check on futures ahead of the opening bell, and we're looking at continued gains here. So after 1% gain yesterday, just about 1% gain, it looks like we could get even closer to record highs. This is Bloomberg.
How much does the geopolitical volatility emanating from the United States perhaps undermine the bull case for Mexico? Is that a scenario you've plotted out?
Structurally speaking, we do still have a very positive view in Mexico. On the macro side, it is a very attractive investment geography for the U.S. Mexico.
Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and we are live streaming on Rumble, on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and on YouTube. Thank you for joining. We're doing a simulcast on X Spaces. If you have a question, please ask for the mic or just type it into the chat. But please help support the work that I do by making sure you subscribe to all the channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. If you like the work that I do and you'd like to help to support, you can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee on the homepage. You can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. All these videos I do are for free, so please help support the work that I do. In addition, you can go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I have. I also have ebooks, and I also have course material on pulmonology and immunology. So in terms of the products we're going to be going over throughout this whole session on how to stack them affordably and target certain systems that helps to slow down the aging process and boost up certain systems of your body. Now, this is something that I do, so I'm telling you how I do it, and you can benefit from it. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now, the big news was the ceasefire last night, but there was some firing back between Iran and Israel onto Iran. It upset the opening bell, and it upset the tenuousness of the peace agreement, and Trump got very upset. He swore at one of the reporters that was asking questions about it. Oil has precipitously dropped since the news of the ceasefire. The question is, will it hold? We don't know. All right. I will give you my opinion later, but let's go to the markets here and take a look at what's happening. Oil is trading at $65.28 a barrel. Natural gas is trading at 3.59. BITO is trading at 21.03. Bitcoin is trading at 105. The equity market is trading at 6,065. The next resistance level is 6,130. Euro is trading at 115. Japanese yen is trading at 145. And the VIX is trading at 18. So those are all risk-taking type markets. So let's see what happens. Let's go to Bloomberg here.
Or after President Trump says that China can buy Iranian oil, you can see we're trading below $68 a barrel. Now we popped a little bit above it, but really a lot of movement here. And that's rippling through the equities as well, as we've been talking about. I put ExxonMobil and Occidental on the board right now. You can see that Exxon down 2.2% at the open. Occidental a little bit more, about 3% or so. And again, it's energy that's in the spotlight, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. The key asset to watch over the past couple of sessions. Amazing to watch Brent go from $81 on Sunday night to below 70 and in the 60s today. Uber and Lyft, we were talking about, both up today. Uber is offering Waymo rides in Atlanta, really a continuation of the service that it already offers in other cities. Lyft was upgraded by TD Cowen on potential growth. So both of those stocks are gaining on a rising tide, right? So you're going to see, in terms of the S&P 500 today, when you go ahead and take a look at your move screen, probably some strong breadth. Right now we have 350 stocks gaining, 130 are down. We're back with Morgan Stanley Wealth Chief Investment Officer Lisa Shallett. And if you're listening along at home, you'll notice that I threw in some 38 special lyrics. That's because Lisa, your note was titled Hold On Loosely. So first of all, thank you for bringing me back to my childhood. What a fantastic song by 38 Special. But what exactly do you mean by that in terms of how does it translate into a strategy for investing?
Yeah, so look, we recognize that this has been a extraordinarily resilient stock take. And, positioning, momentum, and hopefulness around both the news flow, resolution on tariffs, resolution on the tax bill, now potentially some resolution in geopolitics, has really, capped a floor under this market. And while we respect those trends, obviously, we look at technicals every day. We are looking at flows and factor moves as well as positioning. The reality is that this continues to be an extraordinarily expensive market, a market where risk premiums in equities are really, really tight. There's just not a lot of value. And that is in contrast to other asset classes, right? We're finding value in international stocks. We're finding value in the bond market, municipals in particular, and some of the asset-backed securities. We're finding, value in real assets, in energy infrastructure, in residential real estate. And so our strategy is, yes, certainly, we are here, we are present, we have exposure to this equity market. We're not trying to make a bearish call, but we're saying don't put all your eggs in one basket. Hold on loosely and be open to diversification, be open to looking around at where there is value in the market.
I want to pick up on bonds because one of the things that you mentioned in your note is that treasuries are actually outperforming equities this year in the U.S. I'm taking a look at IEI. That's an ETF that tracks 3 to 7 year treasuries versus the S&P 500. IEI up 4% on a total return basis. I think that would surprise a lot of people who aren't maybe paying attention that closely because it feels like bonds have been pretty unreliable as a hedge and kind of have a hot and cold reputation right now.
Yeah, what we're trying to point out to people is I can't think of a year where the headlines have been more bearish for bonds, right? We've gone from expecting, the Fed to be cutting multiple times to potentially not cutting at all to now maybe potentially cutting in the fourth quarter 2 times. We've had worries about inflation linked to tariffs. We've had all kinds of debate about America's debt and deficits and the return of term premiums in the long end of the curve. These headwinds have been pretty meaningful for the bond market and have, caused many to be quite bearishly positioned, particularly in long duration bonds. But to your point, when you look at the total year-to-date returns, it belies those headwinds. And this asset class has proven reasonably resilient, and we're only halfway through the year, and those are pretty good total returns if you're a bond investor.
A lot of misconceptions, I think, when Donald Trump came into office, or it looks like now that tariffs aren't really leading to a lot of inflation. I guess we'll know next month, which we said last month and the month before. What's your take on the debt and deficit picture, though? I mean, does that continue to weaken the dollar? We've seen a 10% decline already from the high.
We are very concerned, and I think what we have to remind people is, while it's very easy to say, look at the last 30, 40 years, there's always been the Cassandras, screaming about the debt and deficits and screaming about, the need for fiscal austerity. The fact is that the mathematics on this are finally shifting. And I think that, folks who, have been more outspoken, like Elon Musk, for example, understand the math here. And the math here is that we are at a place where if, in fact, nominal GDP growth falls below, 4%, which it could in a slowdown or a recession, that means you're actually having to borrow money to pay your interest cost, because interest as a share of GDP today is running at about 3.6%. We also have a steeper yield curve, and interest rates are biased higher. And so that means when we go to refinance, we may be refinancing up 50, 100, 150 basis points, just adding to that interest cost pile. So look, I do think we're in a new higher for longer era in terms of rates, and I do think that interest expense as a share of America's total budget is grinding higher, and that is a constraint that we all have to, care about and pay attention to.
All right, Lisa, gotta leave it there. Great to spend some time with you on this Tuesday morning. That is Morgan Stanley Wealth's Lisa Shallett. Meanwhile, let's get a check on this market. The S&P 500 in striking distance of a record high. I believe that's at 6147 on your index. We're trading at about 6070 when it comes to the S&P 500 right now, and that's on really good breadth. You have over 300 names in the green right now, 161 or so in the red, and it's all the names that you need to see rallying right now. A lot of tech up top: NVIDIA, Broadcom, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft. The list goes on. Somewhere down there, you have Carnival shares as well, rising by nearly 7% after that big earnings beat. Let's talk about the losers, though. This is interesting. Energy up top with Exxon down about 1.3%. Then you have RTS and Eli Lilly down a little bit as well. But again, very positive breath. And that's what you're going to see when we zoom out and take a look at the sectors as well. The setup right here, more green than red. Up at the top, you do have the financials. JP Morgan having a good day. Tech, as we talked about, also participating in a big way as well. At the bottom, there are some things to quibble with. Consumer staples down, real estate down, and then energy down by about 0.9%, but certainly a risk-on appetite in this market, Matt Miller.
Yeah, absolutely. Investors, traders, and investors, I guess, want to be long this market right now. Coming up, President Trump is pushing Israel and Iran to abide by the ceasefire that he announced last night. Tina Fordham, Fordham Global Foresight founder and geopolitical strategist.
All right.
Joins us.
My take on this with the ceasefire, I think it's premature. Iran's regime, theocratic regime, which the Ayatollah runs, doesn't allow for the secular part of the society to flourish. And so by having a peace agreement that allows for the Ayatollah to remain in power is only kicking the can down the road. Now, is their military degraded? Yes. Is Iran's ability to weaponize uranium degraded? Yes. But the thing is that it didn't really solve the problem, because the root cause of this issue with the enrichment of the uranium is Iran's theocratic regime trying to change the hegemonic power complexion of the Middle East. So Trump's trying to do a simple win by saying, oh, there's a ceasefire, we knocked out the nuclear weapons. The thing is that the Ayatollah is against the United States. It's against Saudi Arabia. It's against Israel. So why would you want to do ceasefire? See, if we went in and overthrew the regime in North Korea in the 90s, so Kim Jong-il, we wouldn't have had a nuclearized North Korea with missiles that can hit continental United States. We kicked the can down the road because we were afraid. Now, I think with these wars that are starting to happen, especially in Ukraine and Iran, we're starting to notice that our adversaries, Russia, Iran, North Korea, maybe even China, they're probably not as strong as we think they are. Now, from a military point of view, it's probably best to expect the prowess of your enemy, so you're prepared. But the other side of the coin is that you're afraid to move forward to knock out your enemy. North Korea is not as strong as we think they are, but we're afraid that they're going to bomb Seoul. Maybe they'll hit the United States, so we don't do anything. Now, just imagine if Iran had a nuclear weapon and how our decision-making tree would be. Russia in Ukraine, we thought Russia was a lot stronger. They can't, they're having a big problem in trying to hold ground and advance in Ukraine. Big problem. Russia's starting to fall apart. We noticed that with the Israelis bombing Iran, Iran's not as strong as we thought. But the thing is that with Iran, the root cause of the problem is Ayatollah, not the people, not the secular people. So by degrading the military apparatus, that's a good thing, and it kicks the can down the road. But what about the Ayatollah? It buys time for them to reconstitute. If the Ayatollah does not die underneath Donald Trump's administration, during the time that Trump is in office, this is going to haunt the world in future years. Now, people would say, well, the Ayatollah is sick. That's the whole point of the Ayatollahs. They pass down the theocratic regime. So how does the ceasefire really give lasting peace in the Middle East? How? And not only that, it goes against what was written 2,000 years ago. I think what's going to happen is this peace is going to fail. It might last for a little while, maybe months, but it's going to fail, and the Israelis are going to have to kill the Ayatollah. That's what I think is going to play out. And they could have done it earlier if Trump was not afraid. And this is what I was saying about, I think it was episode 78, maybe it was 77, maybe it was even 79, somewhere in there for this series of Warpath. I was afraid that Trump was going to chicken out. And he did. He did. Now, people would say, how did he chicken out? He blew up those nuclear facilities, Dr. DrPaulCottrell. America first. Okay, great. But that was only half of the game. That's like saying you did really well the first half of football, so you're not even going to show up to the field for the second half. You still have to play the second half of the game. Trump wasn't willing to go all in because he didn't want to take the risks. He didn't want to look bad. So he took an easy one. Israel was the one that knocked out the defense system so the B-2 bombers can come in unimpeded. Oh. So stop taking easy wins, and you got to take risks. Now, did Trump take risks with the B-2 bombers? Yeah, but he didn't really take as much risk as they could. One, they weren't the ones that knocked out the air defenses. It was the Israelis over months of campaigning. Two, Trump didn't take the risk of decapitating the Ayatollah. Now, I have a hard time believing that an Ayatollah that remains in power is good for Iran. But what happened was you got this conversation that's going on in an international community, and international policy, and the think tanks, and MAGA saying, you can't put boots on the ground, it's going to be regime change, blah, blah, blah. I don't think so. I think it's different in Iran. I think it's different. I think the people, which are highly educated, want to rise up and have freedom. So now we got to take the harder route. If we want regime change without boots on the ground, we got to now get the CIA involved and create, some sort of coalition group within the secular movement to be able to overthrow the Ayatollah. Now, you think that's going to turn out real well? Because every time the CIA does something, they always screw it up. 90% of the time, CIA makes it worse. 10%, they get the job done and it's okay. So why do we assume that they would be able to do this? So by not knocking out the Ayatollah, either by the United States or the United States allowing Israel to do it, either we're kicking the can down the road and allowing the Ayatollahs to continue power in Iran and cause havoc in the Middle East, or we're using covert operations with our intelligence agencies, which probably is going to fuck it up. Thanks, MAGA, for not getting the job done. So Trump did not finish the job, but he's going to take credit. I did ceasefire. You're not going to have peace until the Ayatollah is dead, period. What part of MAGA and America first can someone not understand that? What part of that? It's really simple. How can someone say there's going to be peace and prosperity for the Iranian people when they are controlled by the Ayatollah? But America first, yeah. And you got a President Trump, who I support, but the thing is that he's afraid. He's afraid. He's afraid. So he takes the easy win. And everyone pats him on the back going, oh, great job, President. Great job, President. It's a fake ceasefire. We go back to Bloomberg.
Situation, regime change, which is certainly something that was theorized over the weekend, not a realistic scenario in this situation.
Not necessarily an optimal scenario, is what I'm suggesting. The aftermath of, again, recent examples of attempts at regime change didn't bring about stable, democratic, Western-friendly governments. And so those who are suggesting that might happen in the case of Iran, I think, are dreaming. It's unlikely that a non-Islamic leader would follow, and very often when authoritarian regimes do collapse, they often are followed by even more difficult regimes. Venezuela is an example.
Yeah, so stuck, it seems, between a rock and a hard place for now. Tina.
Wait. Venezuela, let me get this straight. She thinks that the secular society in Iran is comparable to the society of Venezuela. This is the point I'm making. The think tanks, the gurus, even the war planners, they're not paying attention to the prowess of the education of the secular community within Iran. It's different. It is different. Comparison fallacy, and Trump fucked up. Thank you, Steve Bannon. Thank you, Tucker Carlson. Thank you for Alex Jones. Thank you so much for fucking it up and kicking the can down the road, where they might reconstitute their nuclear program. Do you think, let's say that they stay silent. Let's say the Ayatollah dies, let's say in a year because he's sick, and it goes to another Ayatollah, and they're younger, And they waited out until Trump is out of office. Let's say J.D. Vance becomes president of the United States. Or maybe Cuomo becomes president of the United States. Or Gavin Newsom. And what happens is they start to reconstitute their nuclear program. Do you think that any one of those presidents, J.D. Vance, Gavin Newsom, Cuomo, maybe even Rubio, you really think that they'll have the same balls that willing to take risks more than previous presidents like Donald Trump, even though he didn't go all the way because he's afraid? I got to give him credit that he did go this far. But the thing is, he was afraid to go all the way. You really think that those other presidents are going to have the fortitude to do what we just did? No, they won't. Trust me, they won't. They'll cave in. And so the world is more dangerous now because we kicked the can down the road. We didn't take the lessons learned. Even if you remember, one of the prime ministers of Israel, Sharon, said, this was back during, I think it was the Yom Kippur War. He had an opportunity to kill Arafat on the battlefield. He let him go. And he regretted it because it was Arafat and the PLO that started all this crap. But soldier, or general, or whatever he was, lieutenant, or I don't know what he was, but at that time. But he had an opportunity to kill Arafat, and he let him go. The world would be totally different if he killed him on the battlefield. This is the same problem. This is the same thing. Now, because now you talk about the Kabbalah of this, the metaphysics of this, by not killing the Ayatollah, you allowed for Satan to stay attached and gain strength. Thank you, Donald Trump, for fucking it up. Stupid, stupid. The United States was almost there. Israel was hunting the Ayatollah down. It was within weeks, if not days, of him dying, being killed. And Trump pulled the plug. What a dipshit. Would you bake a cake? Let's say you're baking a nice cake, all right? And you put it in the oven, and it has to be in the oven for, let's say, 45 minutes, an hour, whatever, all right? And you decide, you know what? It's been a half an hour, I'm going to take it out. Does that make any sense? No, of course not. Trump failed. Trump failed. Trump chickened out. Trump always chickens out. Trump always chickens out.
Pretty well. You have Norwegian doing pretty well. Then you have Royal Caribbean absolutely crushing it over a 5-year basis. Yeah, the chart is pretty amazing. Hopefully we can pull that up. But what explains that? Because I think a lot of people tend to think about the cruises as a block and perhaps trade them that way.
Yeah, I think Royal Caribbean's had a lot of great new hardware. They're really focused on.
So we had almost Armageddon, and now Bloomberg is now going to Carnival cruises. Because America just loves to be living in Wally World, sucking on their Slurpee, getting fat, and watching TV. Stupid, stupid, stupid. What just happened last night, for me, I made money from it because I was shorting oil, and oil went down. So I made a lot of money doing it. But the thing is that for the country, for the world, what Trump did, he failed. He failed.
Out excuses with unending energy. That's hard when your accounting and payroll continue.
Here's a leader that failed.
I don't think so, but I'm not happy that Israel's going out now. There was one rocket that I guess was fired overboard. It was after the time limit and it missed its target. And now Israel's going out. These guys gotta calm down. Ridiculous. I didn't like plenty of things I saw yesterday. I didn't like the fact that Israel unloaded right after we made the deal. They didn't have to unload. And I didn't like the fact that the retaliation was very strong. But in all fairness, Israel unloaded a lot. And now I hear Israel just went out because they felt it was violated by one rocket that didn't land anywhere. That's not what we want, I'll tell you. And I'm telling you, I'm not happy about that, Israel, either. All I do is play both sides. I'm going now, as you know, to NATO. Some of you are going with me, and I think it's going to be.
So what he's trying to do, he's trying to go to the world community and also our citizens in the United States and go, I knocked out the nuclear facilities and I brought ceasefire. But did you solve the problem? Did you solve the problem? Well, that's like saying a patient goes in and sees their doctor and it says, well, I'm having a lot of irritation, on the skin and it's some sort of immune disorder. All right. So they do all this diagnostic testing and they go, well, it's an immune disorder. We're just going to give you corticosteroids. And, that's it. Not really solving the problem by getting those titer levels of the antibodies that are attacking tissue down. No, they don't solve the problem. They just try to reduce the symptoms. That's what he just did. He's just reducing the symptoms of a major problem in the Middle East. He didn't solve the problem. He didn't go to the root cause. Because it's an easy win. Knocking out, let's see, think about this. You got B-2 bombers that are stealth. The defense system was already knocked out by an ally, Israel. So that was wiped clean. So he didn't have to take any risks for that. He goes and destroys he has to go and destroy the nuclear facilities. Was risky, but not as risky as if the actual air defenses were working. And then a few days later says, well, let's have a ceasefire. Does it really solve the problem? Does it really get to the root cause? Why were they making the enrichment of uranium? Why do they have such a stockpile of 60%? Where is it coming from? Who ordered it? Why? This is all from the Ayatollah. Didn't get to the root cause. If you don't get to the root cause, you never solve the problem. You're only putting a Band-Aid on it. And that's what he did. He failed. Trump always chickens out. Always. Always. And then he gets on a stage and then says that, look at what I did. Leaders lead and take risks. And to solve the problem in Iran and in the Middle East, to allow for peace and prosperity for Jacob and positive Esau and Ishmael. This is not just a Jewish thing. This is a Middle Eastern thing. This is the whole world will benefit from this. The Ayatollah must die. Must die. Now, this is not just something I have been saying. This is what's been written down for thousands of years. And you had a president that was blessed. That could have been blown up on live TV. He's been blessed and he failed. He failed the test. He failed right there.
Successful, we'll see. I'll let you know. Yeah, they violated it, but Israel violated it too. Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen.
Has he ever seen any old World War II videos or film? We dropped a lot of stuff on Dresden. I mean, come on. I mean, his understanding of history is really low, like super low. He's got a lot of street smarts, but zero intellect. I'm telling you, he was blessed because there was divine intervention during the assassination attempt. He is here to do this, but he picked the easy route where it doesn't solve the problem, doesn't get to the root cause. And I'm telling you, there is no way that this is not going to fester in years to come. This is definitely going to become a much bigger problem because he failed to do the right thing. Either give the go-ahead and the help with Israel to kill the Ayatollah or the United States to do it. But you had a bunch of people in MAGA that said, you know what, we're afraid of boots on the ground. We're afraid of regime change. This is just like Iraq and Afghanistan. How could it be the same as Afghanistan, which is a bunch of goat herders living in the Stone Age? How could that be? How could it be the same? It isn't the same.
Happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel is going out.
Let me get this straight. He did a ceasefire, tweets it, and he didn't really have the parties involved agreeing. So how stable is this ceasefire? Just because you just say it doesn't mean it's true. He's playing games.
Because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what they're doing. You understand that?
The president does not know.
When we started Warby Parker, we just sold glasses, and only online. But people liked them a lot. So we offered more things, like sunglasses and contacts. And then we thought, what if we sold eyewear online and in stores? So we did that. And now we have stores in neighborhoods.
The president does not know. The president of the United States does not know if this ceasefire is still in effect. That's where we are this morning. He thinks both sides have violated it. And you heard it at the end there, just words of really, I think, frustration with both Israel and Iran with what's taken place since the president announced this deal.
Saying they don't know what they're doing and saying these guys have got to calm down. It's ridiculous. We're going to be replaying that quite a lot today and waiting for more reaction now from the region. Let's bring in our team coverage on this. We have CNN's Elena Treen live for us from the White House. Jeremy Diamond standing by in Israel. Fred Pleitkin also in Tehran for us this morning. Elena, first to you. This is some very important perspective coming from President Trump this morning.
That's exactly right. I was just outside on the South Lawn with the president as he was speaking with us this morning before he departed on Marine One. Look, he is very, very frustrated and essentially downright angry. I have to argue. I mean, I've spent a lot of time with President Donald Trump. This is one of the most visibly angry times I have seen him. And it's clear that he's angry with both countries, both Israel and Iran. We asked him, does he believe the ceasefire is going to
see someone smart, which no one on CNN is, but someone smart would go, well, wait a minute here. Why is Trump so upset? When people would say, the easy answer, well, the parties involved, Iran and Israel, are still fighting each other. They're not obeying the ceasefire. Was it really a strong ceasefire that was agreed upon by both parties, or was it forced upon? But also, maybe he's starting to realize that he's frustrated because he knows deep down in his heart that this is not going to stay. It's not going to stay. And he's missing the opportunity. So he's getting frustrated. And with Satan, again, I'm doing the whole Kabbalistic perspective here, the metaphysics of this. Satan needs negative Esau, Ayatollah, right? Negative Esau to live. And now he can convince positive Esau, because Trump is Esau, but positive, because he repented through the blessing that came down with the whole assassination attempt. But it's not, Satan can kind of like convince, feel sorry for the Ayatollah, feel sorry for the Iranian people, feel sorry for whatever. And it allows for a reconstitution of the problem. Now, will it be this Ayatollah that reconstitutes the problem? Probably not. But sure as hell, it will be the next Ayatollah. And by then, Trump's administration is winding down. So if the Ayatollahs were smart, the future Ayatollahs, they'd wait until Taco, Trump always chickens out, is out of office. And you'll have underlings like J.D. Vance or maybe Rubio or maybe a Democrat that gets into office that would do less than what Trump has done. We're never going to see someone do what Trump did in Iran. But he didn't go far enough. That's the problem. That's the problem. And so he did is he forced a peace agreement. He was forcing a peace agreement that the parties really don't want. It wasn't organic. If it doesn't come organically, then it's not going to be sustainable. It's not going to be sustainable, and he sees that. So Satan knows that if you can't create this frustration, that it will sever the relationship between Benjamin Netanyahu and Trump. Satan knows, get Trump frustrated. How do you get Trump frustrated? Well, convince the Israelis they need to keep on fighting. And this relationship is going to wither, and you'll have a mega base that will be so happy about the withering of the relationship between Trump and Netanyahu. Because America first. But America first, taking this stance of pacifist and not knocking out the Ayatollah, this America first pacifism is going to lead to a nuclearized, weaponized Iran. Not nuclearization of peaceful means for civilian purposes, but for military purposes. This is a big, big problem because he wanted to expedite a solution. Didn't get to the root cause. Do you think that thousands of years of prediction, thousands of years written down on what was going to happen, is going to be all uprooted because Trump is forcing a ceasefire between Israel and Iran? Trump failed. And what's going to happen is Satan is going to eat at that impulsiveness of Trump. And it's going to sever the relationship between Netanyahu and Trump. Now, what I fear for the United States, because individuals get blessing and curses and countries get blessings and curses collectively, I'm afraid that there's going to be a curse on the United States because of what Trump just did. Now, we keep on thinking that the United States has so much prosperity and so much promise and bright future, and it's because of our own doing. Wrong. We need to try, but you can try, and if you don't have a blessing, it ain't going to work. But if you try and there is a blessing, it will work. So what happens when the United States loses its blessing? Do you think it will be America first then? It'll be America last. I guarantee you that. Trump fucked up. Trump fucked up. On a metaphysical level, he's getting played by Satan.
The missile potentially fired from Iran, but then also the sharp language from the Israel foreign minister saying that he wants to retaliate with full force. The president said he does believe and he hopes that it will hold, but then he said as soon as he finished talking with us, he was going to make some calls and try to stop it. That was a direct quote. He said, I'm going to try to stop it as soon as I finish speaking with you all. But what he seemed to be very angry with as well is really Israel. I mean, he often tries to use much more positive, optimistic language, favorable language when it comes to Israel, recognizing that they are one of the United States' strongest allies.
Now, if Satan knows it's going to die if negative Esau dies, that the ushering in of the Messianic era happens when negative Esau dies, wouldn't you want to create an international stir against Jacob? What would you do if you were Satan? And you're dying, and you need negative Esau to stay alive. What would you do? Would you take the allies of Jacob to try to go against them and align more with negative Esau? Now you gotta remember, Satan's way smarter than anybody collectively in the world. But he's dying, he's slowly dying as we get closer and closer to the 6,000th year. Trump's getting played. And just him getting on the, on the lawn of the White House, I'm not happy. I'm not happy. But you created a ceasefire that wasn't organic. You allowed the Ayatollah that still believes that we're the great Satan and Israel is the little Satan to stay alive. You still let the Ayatollah stay alive where they want to usher in the 12th Imam. Well, how do you do that? You got to set the whole world on fire. Really? How are you going to do that? That sounds like nuclear weapons to me. Trump, once again, failed.
Hear that he is very unhappy with how they have been acting in light of the news of this ceasefire. He said that perhaps Iran fired a stray missile.
He's unhappy. Think about this. If I'm right about this whole Kabbalistic thing, the metaphysics of this, I haven't been wrong. But the thing is that let's say that I'm right. Do you think that God, really, who blessed him to keep him alive during the assassination attempt, and CNN would have loved that he would have been blown away on TV in Butler, there was a blessing that came down that protected him. He even said that he felt it. And you could see that there was something that changed after that incident. So there was a blessing that came down. And he's unhappy with Israel. He's unhappy with Iran. Do you think God is unhappy with Trump? Now, if I'm right, if God is unhappy with Trump with what he did with the forced ceasefire agreement, and didn't get rid of negative Esau, which I believe that's why Trump is here, I don't think that something good is going to happen to Trump, and I don't think something good is going to happen to the United States. Something bad is going to be coming. Now, that goes back to what I've been saying in November of 2024. After the election, I'm concerned about a 9/11-like event coming. Now, maybe a 9/11 event might not happen if the United States was blessed. Sometimes people plan things and then something happens and it just doesn't work. They don't know why. It's just kind of like a divine intervention. But what happens when that divine intervention isn't there? So we've increased the probability of the 9/11 event. I'm telling you, the blessing to the United States is being reconsidered. Let's put it that way. So does it really matter if Trump is upset? Because what really matters is what God is thinking. Did he do the right thing or not? He was tested and he failed. He was tested. You can't look at how fast the Iranian regime was crumbling. You think that was because of military prowess by the Israelis or the United States? No. Because at any moment, in any point in the node of decision-making and activity, there could have been major screw-ups that would have led to failure. It's because God let it happen. The United States was tested, and it failed. It failed the test. But Trump's unhappy. Trump's mad. All right. We'll see about that.
He doesn't like that Israel was saying that they plan to retaliate with full force. And then he does something, I mean, he does like to curse. We know this president has done it multiple times, I know, on the campaign trail over the past year or so. But he cursed again, and it was his parting language to us. He said, you know, he was asked, do you think Israel wants peace? And he said, these two countries have been fighting for so long together that they, quote, don't know what the F they're doing. And so, again, he is very frustrated with how this is all unfolding. It's very unclear as of now where this ceasefire stands, if it will be able to hold. But the president made very clear that he's going to be making calls to both countries, trying to get a sense of how they can try and figure this out and try to salvage this deal that I know last night he was celebrating along with all of his top advisors here at the White House.
Yeah, I mean, it can't not be overstated how much things have changed yet again in just a matter of hours with regard to this. And as you said, the president says as soon as he moved away from reporters and got on Marine One, he was going to start making calls. So a lot more to come. Elena Train at the White House. Thank you so much, Elena. Stay close.
And just remember how we got to this place. The president announced a ceasefire had been brokered between Israel and Iran. Then as soon as the announcement was made, as the president said, Israel increased its attacks on Tehran. A lot of attacks overnight, Tehran firing back at Israel, some killed in Israel. And then after the time the deadline expired, another exchange there. Let's get to CNN's Jeremy Diamond in Israel. Jeremy, give us the latest from the Israeli perspective.
Well,
Did you get elegant HPV vaccine?
Yep, gotta keep her protected.
Against cervical cancer, right?
It protects boys too, from throw and penile.
Well, the Israelis very much feel like Iran has violated the ceasefire agreements. They say that about 3 hours after the ceasefire went into effect, we heard, of course, the sirens that were sounding in northern Israel, and an Israeli military official tells us that there were 2 missiles that were fired there. Both, they say, were intercepted. We heard President Trump talking about a single rocket that he argued was being fired at northern Israel. But that is where the Israelis are accusing Iran of having violated this agreement, and also now vowing to strike back at Iran in response for that ceasefire violation. And that in particular seems to have been what got President Trump so upset this morning with those comments where, yes, he was talking about both Israel and Iran violating this ceasefire agreement in his view. But there's no question that the brunt of his anger there was indeed being directed at the Israeli government. And it very much sounded like he planned to get on the phone to the Israeli prime minister to try and stop Israel from striking back at Iran. We haven't gotten reports yet that those strikes have taken place, but we have heard from the Israeli defense minister as well as the chief of staff of the Israeli military, who both vowed that there would be firm strikes in Iran in response for those missiles that the Israeli officials say were fired at northern Israel. But then there's also this issue of what happened in the hours before the ceasefire. Yes, Israel was striking in Tehran very, very hard in the hours after President Trump announced the ceasefire, before it actually went into effect. But we also saw a very heavy barrage of more than 20 missiles, ballistic missiles, being fired by the Iranians, setting off sirens for about 2 hours straight, one after the other, in all parts of Israel. And of course, the deadliest impact happening in the southern city of Beersheba, very close to our location right now. At least 4 people were killed in that strike. More than 20 others were injured. Of course, the tragedy of it all, the fact that this happened less than an hour before that ceasefire actually went into effect, the final victims of this conflict, at least here in Israel, were claimed. John, Kate.
All right, Jeremy Diamond for us in Israel as this continues to develop. Thank you, Jeremy.
And on that exact point, let's get to Fred Pleitgen in Tehran for what is the perspective from there this morning, Fred?
Hi there, Kate. Yeah, and after the Israelis made that claim that Iranian missiles were flying towards Israeli territory, I got in touch with a senior Iranian official who flat out denied that the Iranians had fired any missiles toward Israel after the ceasefire went into effect. In fact, they said at the moment that time had come for the ceasefire, that no missiles had been fired from the Iranian side. The Iranians are also now warning the Israelis against hitting Iranian territory, saying that would open up Iranian retaliation once again, and that everything within what they call the occupied territories, of course, meaning all of Israel would then become a target for Iran. So some tough language coming out of Tehran here as well. Also, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which of course is that elite wing of Iran's military, claiming that there were several violations of its soil, as they put it, by the Israelis, possibly meaning incursion by some sort of aircraft in the hours after the ceasefire went into effect. What we're seeing right now, actually, here in Tehran is that things are fairly calm here. I was on the streets a little bit earlier today. There's a lot of people who are out driving, some shops opening up. But what the president said there about the Israelis unloading overnight after the ceasefire deal was announced was definitely something that we saw and we felt here from our vantage point as well. I was up here on this roof and we all of a sudden heard Israeli Air Force planes streaking, what seemed to be Israeli Air Force planes streaking past, and then extremely loud explosions rocking our building and then rocking also a lot of other places in central Tehran as well. We saw a lot of outgoing anti-aircraft gunfire coming from the Iranians. The skies here over the city really were illuminated. That went on for the better part of, I would say, about half an hour, 45 minutes, maybe up to an hour, where those loud bangs continued. The Israelis at some point even issued evacuation orders for certain districts here in the morning, but obviously people in those districts most probably would have been asleep. So it certainly was a night that saw a lot of kinetic activity. And as of right now, the Iranians are saying that their forces are not firing back. The foreign minister of this country, Abbas Araghchi, came out and said that Iranian forces had fired until the moment that the ceasefire went into effect, which the Iranians consider to be 4 a.m. In the morning, and that since then, no projectiles, they say, have been fired from Iran towards Israeli territory.
All right, let's go to Al Jazeera.
They all operate nuclear facilities to enrich uranium or produce plutonium, and can launch nuclear weapons by delivering those warheads using missiles, aircraft, or submarines. In addition to launching systems, the 9 countries have secured safeguards to prevent unauthorized use. Many believe that US attacks on Iran are only going to push it towards acquiring a nuclear weapon.
Now, given the enormity of the situation that Iran faces, I think it's beyond the time where they would use it for leverage. I think they would have to feel like they have to respond very visibly in some big fashion. And pulling out of the NPT is one of the few cards, actually, they can play on the diplomatic stage.
Iran's future as part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, or NPT, is in doubt. NPT is the world's most important agreement to stop the spread of nuclear weapons. Since 1970,
now let's think about this for a second. Trump wants to usher in a ceasefire that was not organic. All right? And Iranians are considering pulling out of the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty agreement. Why would you keep the Ayatollah alive if they're saying these kinds of things? Does that sound like they want peace and prosperity in the region? Or they want to usher in the 12th Imam? Which one? I would say that if you add in probability, I would say that they would probably want to usher in the 12th Imam at maybe a 90% chance, and maybe 10% chance world peace. So this ceasefire is premature because Trump was trying to take an easy win, and he forced it on the parties. And what is scary is it seems as though Trump's soul root, positive Esau, is aligning with negative Esau, the Ayatollah. Why would he be doing that? Because he's afraid. He's afraid. And the thing is, I can tell. You can tell people if they are a type of person that runs into a burning building to help people, or people that just run away. Now, most people try to protect themselves because they're self-centered. It's a survival mechanism, but they're still self-centered. Just because it's a survival mechanism doesn't mean it's right, right? But there are a few people out there that will go into a burning building to save someone. All right? Now, that's a metaphor. And that takes leadership. And that takes courage. Trump doesn't have it. Trump doesn't have it.
Across the Strip. And the latest killings follow funerals on Monday for Palestinians who were seeking aid in northern Gaza. Tara Kabu has more from
all this destruction in the Middle East is happening. It's too simple to just say it's the Israelis. That's way too simple. We are not getting to the root cause of the problem. And that root cause of the problem, I think, is a very metaphysical idea. Satan has to die. Now, how does Satan die? The soul roots, the countries that are tied to those soul roots of negative Esau, have to be eliminated. And then peace and prosperity will come out of that. But you have so many people that are going, Iran is just like Afghanistan. We can't put boots on the ground and do regime change. Why would you make this? Why would you make the comparison between Afghanistan and Iraq to Iran? The educational level of the society is far greater in Iran. Not only that, they have a huge secular society. They are more aligned with the people are being held down by the Ayatollah are more aligned with the people in the United States or in Europe than they are with the ones that are living in the Middle East. Why was it that Trump was afraid to take out the Ayatollah? Why? Bad idea. And he forced a ceasefire that's not going to last. It's not going to last. It's kicking the can down the road. It's going to make things worse. All right, let's listen to B of A talking about...
Isn't your father's aura off the charts in his true classic outfit?
Isn't my vibe just hitting different now? You should have seen how I rizzed your mom last night.
Stop!
Well, welcome back to Tuesday morning, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. I hope you have a good Tuesday morning. I'm Maria Bartiromo, and it is Tuesday, June 24th. It is 8 a.m. on the button. 8 a.m. on the button on the East Coast. The geopolitical story taking center stage this morning. President Trump is now en route to the Netherlands to attend the NATO summit. This after the president brokered an historic ceasefire between Iran and Israel. The markets have been trading higher since the United States took out the nuclear sites in Iran on Saturday night. Right now, the Dow Industrial's up almost 300. Joining me now in a Fox Business exclusive is the chairman and CEO of Bank of America, Brian Moynihan, with us. Brian, great to see you.
It's great to be here again.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning. And I want to get your take first. You've got probably the best read on the consumer out there. So I want to get your take on what's going on in the macroeconomic story. But first, how do you assess these geopolitical headlines? Has there been an impact in terms of business from your standpoint?
Well, I think it was a pretty quick back and forth over the last couple of weeks. But I think the market loves resolution and potentially had a strong resolution over the last 72 hours, which I think the market.
Think about what the B of A CEO is saying. Markets love resolution. Quick fix. Not solve the problem, but quick fix. What do you think the markets would do if Iran ended up having a nuclear weapon? What do you think Saudi Arabia would do? Trump failed. But America first. Yeah. America first. Pacifism rules the day. Bullshit.
Went up and came back down, and so I think the real worry about the Middle East is the geopolitical worry, but also the effect on oil prices and it's settled back down. So that will be good for the American consumer ultimately because they get the benefit of that as well.
Yeah, let's solve the problem so you can buy cheap goods at Walmart. You can get your fat ass in the car, drive to Walmart so you can buy your cheap goods. America first. That's America first policy right there. I know I'm broad brushing the society. These things that are happening are way more important, way bigger than if you can buy a cheap spatula at Walmart and putting in $2 gallon gas in your SUV.
You're trading up. Look, you've got such an incredible reach at Bank of America, from the consumer business to the commercial traditional lending, as well as investment banking, wealth management. There is going to be this wealth transfer, right, from generation to the next generation. And it seems that Bank of America is very well poised to capture that transfer. How do you see things over the next 10 years in terms of that wealth transfer that is happening from one generation to the next?
Well, there are two parts to that. One is there is a lot of money that's going to move. The value creation by the great American economy and the capitalism and the kind of capitalism practice in America create a lot of value. And it's resident in people of my age and older that will be transferred to their children. But interesting, there's a period of transition between that, which is just by natural way things work. A lot of women are going to inherit a lot of money from the family, whether they're primary earner or not, because at the end of the day, they outlive men. And so there's going to be an interesting transition our private bank tries to keep track of, which is the transition to women and then ultimately the transition to the kids. So it's going to be an interesting dialogue.
I love that.
Yeah,
that
you would.
Women are going to inherit all of this money. We're living longer, you're right, typically for men. And that's something that you have to think about.
Exactly.
Running Bank of America. How do you capture that money? So give us, given your scale at B of A, give us your sense of the consumer right now. I know the last time you gave us the snapshot.
So let me get this straight.
People,
Let me boil it down, what he just said. You guys that worked your ass off all your life, you're going to die and your wife is going to get everything. Have a nice day.
basically going, buy now, pay later. But what are you seeing today in the consumer, Brian?
So if you start from the macro, the unemployment rate is still 4.1, 4.2%, which means people are earning. The wage growth is still 3% or so, which is people who are growing their wages. And then you look at our business, they're continuing to spend. And so despite the confidence surveys that said American consumers were quitting and not.
You notice this? American consumers, not American producers. American consumers. I'm telling you, we are living Wall-E. The movie, America is Wall-E. We destroy the planet. We just create havoc, and we just love, sucking on our Slurpees and watching TV. America first.
Kept spending all the way through that. And right now they're spending at 4.5% over last year's June, year to date, 5%. And that is more consistent with a 3% growth economy than what we have predicted in our company, about a 1% growth economy. That'll come into sync as the tariffs hopefully get resolved and things like that. We can talk more about that. But the consumer's in good shape. The credit quality's in good shape. The money's in accounts. But as student loans restart, there's a little more draw on it. They paid more taxes this year, believe it or not.
All right. For the ones that have been following my X spaces, I posted something 2 days. I think it was 2 days ago. It may have been yesterday. So let me just read it a little bit. All right. And what I did was I was doing an experiment, and I asked the XAI Grok. All right. And I posted the result of this question. So let's go to what I asked. And it's a fascinating question. All right. If labor and capital decouple due to AI, how will citizens make a living? You know what the AI said? Now, this doesn't line really well with what he just said, the CEO of B of A. If AI causes a significant decoupling of labor and capital, meaning wealth generation becomes increasingly driven by automated systems rather than human labor, citizens' ability to make a living could face profound challenges. However, several potential pathways and societal adaptations could emerge to address this shift. Below, I outline the implications and possible solutions based on economic reasoning and observed trends, keeping the response concise yet comprehensive. Implications of labor capital decoupling. Reduced demand for human labor. Now remember, you have credit cards and a mortgage to pay. Oh, and the government has to pay its bonds, bond payments. Wealth, all right, so wealth, this is the kicker. Wealth concentration, capital, AI systems, data, infrastructure would likely generate most economic value, concentrating wealth among those who own or control these assets. Brought to you by NVIDIA, OpenAI, and Elon Musk. People need to wake up. People need to wake up. You think that there's going to be a panacea on what this guy from B of A is saying? Next, erosion of traditional income models. Wages and primary income sources for most could stagnate or decline as labor becomes less essential to production. Now, let's go back to what I was saying about Trump. Let's go back to what I was saying about how he screwed up the decision and forced this peace agreement. How could they be related? Dr. Paul Cottrell, how could they be related? They seem so disparate. What if the blessing went away and the United States didn't have the blessing anymore? There will be a major, major economic collapse. So I'm not going to read it all, but go to my feed. I posted it 18 hours ago, so yesterday, and read it. It's a decent read. I'm not wrong. If the blessing of the United States goes away, you're all fucked. We are all fucked. But let's listen to B of A.
And so they're pretty much in equilibrium now. We just have to really have to watch unemployment right now. That's okay.
And do you have the scope of who's spending what? I mean, you see, like, I go to Walmart, I spend money on.
Hi, I'm Brett.
And I'm Jonathan. This is Darla. And this is Buddy.
We're the founders of the farm.
Now think about it.
I go to Walmart.
All right. Muriel Bartram-Romo goes to Walmart. Thank you so much for supporting the CCP so you can buy cheap spatulas. And they take that money and they build up a military. Lovely. Lovely. Do you think that the Chinese aren't part of Iran, of helping Iran out? Because they need the oil. Don't you find it a little odd that there was a plane that flew in, maybe it was two planes, but at least one plane, that flew into Iran, picked up a bunch of Chinese nationals, and flew them out? Ever wonder why? You ever wonder why? I don't think they're an honest broker.
I spend money on my Bank of America credit card. You know exactly what I bought. I mean, you've got such data and detail. So can you break it down from the high earners to the low FICO score earners? Who's spending more and what are they doing?
So if you look at what's going on, one of the interesting trends, just to spot out stuff, is there's a movement to travel more domestically than abroad, just because of all the discussion that's going on, and so that means local bookings and miles driven, and they get over the holidays was strong, and that means local hotels and stuff. The cruises are picking back up. If you look at the other things, kind of interesting, the amount spent on AI subscriptions is up 100% over year. So
wow, AI subscription.
Yeah, so they're charging the credit card or whatever, and so you're seeing that happen more and more. So that shows you the power of AI being democratized. Over 1 million of our customers are paying a monthly payment into the AI structure. People go to movies more. The movies out were good, 100% up over last year. people are still eating out a couple percent points growth year over year. And so when you hear different companies, some may be winning in the brand of their battle, the battle of their brand or their offering. Some may be losing, but in the aggregate, you're seeing that spending pretty constructive, which is good news, and I think provides a good anchor to windward against the any possibility of recession. And our team has no recession predicted. They think, yes, the economy will slow down as a drag on rates and tariffs, and inflation continues to get control. The Fed will cut rates really next year. Our team's a little more concerned on that because
what's going to happen is that there's going to be a point in time that's probably going to last about 5 years, maybe less, where there's going to be an explosion of productivity in the economy because of the use of AI. And then we're going to start to peter out, and then the economy is going to start to falter a little bit. And then there's going to be a recession. I don't know how bad the recession will be, but I suspect that it will start mild and then start to become severe. And people will get laid off. And those jobs, those companies will learn on how to use these AI agents to not hire back these workers when the new cycle starts. And what became cyclical unemployment now turns into structural unemployment. Now, those people that were laid off had mortgages. Now, when they can't find jobs because of the AI agent, people start defaulting on their mortgage. So home prices are going to start to plummet. And the ones that have accumulated wealth, because they are aligned to the infrastructure early on with AI, are going to now be landowners. And so what's going to happen is that by AI being brought in, I think what we're actually seeing is the beginnings of serfdom, where you have oligarchs that are really owning most of everything in the country, and you are just a servant of them by renting to stay alive in a subsistence way. Now, the only way to stop this is to rise up and destroy the system. You can't let AI take hold. AI needs to be destroyed. But people won't do it. People will actually promote it. You know, you can use your AI agent at B of A. And he's going to be on the winning side. He's making a ton of money on doing this. He's got lots of stock options. Guess what? You don't have a bunch of stock options.
Will take longer for inflation. But at the end of the day, they don't believe there's a recession, which means that this could all sort of work through the soft landing, no landing, all the debate that's gone on. It looks like we're getting through.
So you're really capturing that. It really strikes me that people are spending money on AI subscriptions. I mean, it makes perfect sense, and I love that you've got that kind of detail. You're capturing that. What do you spend, like $13 billion on technology every year?
Yeah, we do. We spend at a different level than the consumer, but
of course,
our job is to apply technology and about.
Maybe they should stop spending billions of dollars on AI technology and give it to their shareholders through a dividend or stock buyback.
$8 billion in total, and a lot of it goes into new applications or new code being developed, and we're finding AI impacting that in terms of efficiency of our developers even. And so we're spending a lot of money in AI around multiple dimensions. One is how people work. Two, you can go after types of work that never gone after, the preparation of pitch books, the things that typically were really the purview of an individual looking at a bunch of data. The third thing is
that's a nice way, see positions in the peer review of people entering data and looking at it and analyzing it. Those were the entry level jobs. See, you gotta pay attention to these people because they sugarcoat it, and if you don't pay attention really, really closely, it just flies over your head. He just said they don't need entry level positions. You got structural unemployment in a population that's coming out of college because of AI. That's what he just said. But he's going to make a lot of money. You know what? Stock options, CEO, bank. He's an important guy. Nice hair.
we think about 10 to 15%. We have 18,000 programmers today, coders, using the AI techniques. We've seen them save, 10, 20% of their time on a coding effort. That's very strong. And then we're seeing it in Erica, 20 million people using it, 200 million times a quarter, 3 billion interactions since we started with Erica. And we keep.
Your future is at your fingertips. Take advantage of the flexibility and diversity of futures trading with Ninja.
Since we started with Erica, and we keep increasing its ability to help consumers, but now business customers. 80%, 50% of all the interactions with business customers are going through Erica to get resolved. And then even our employees, if you want to screw up your password and you have to fix it, you can go to Erica and fix it. And,
I like that girl, Erica. Yeah, she's she's the woman on the other side of everything, and her.
Humanism is the game, not transhumanism. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver soaps. All right? You can get it in peppermint, in lavender, in lemongrass, and also in charcoal tea tree. Very high quality structural nanosilver soaps. You need to start paying attention to your health, because if you're a guy, you don't want to give all your money away to your wife after working so damn hard. All right? So that was a joke. All right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nanosilver soaps. Use them. It's a very high quality product, and it helps support the work that I do. I'm giving you actually, pretty important information here. All right? Like, for example, oil is trading at 65.53 because of the ceasefire agreement that's really pushed by Trump. The oil traders are now like going, okay, the worst is past, at least in the interim. And oil probably is going to be trading at about 65. Right now, my targets are, if we don't have additional flare-up, I think the target's going to be around 63 or 64 for a floor, and for the upper bound, around 65 or 66. So we're trading at 65.33. Now I've closed my short positions. All right. Now I'm going to wait to see if it's going to go down to 63. All right. And then I'll buy oil. If it goes up to about 66, I'll probably short it. All right. So I'm just kind of, in this, maybe the upper bound of the 66 handle, I'll probably short it. So I'm waiting. I'm also taking a look at natural gas. Natural gas is trading at 3.6, and it went as high as over $4. While this whole fiasco with the Iran and Israel were fighting, right? So it did go down, and it's trading at 3.6. Now, I think there is a trading range from 3.5, or maybe, about 3.5 or low 3.6 range, and all the way up to 4, right? So it's getting close to purchasing natural gas. Now, people would say, okay, you're in the summer months, why would you need natural gas? The future contracts are out. This is August future contracts. So around August or September is when the natural gas futures are going to start to go up for the contracts. All right. So that's probably something to play potentially. Now for equities are trading at 6,075. The next resistance level is 6,130. So if you put a little bit of money in right now, you're going to get a little. If you haven't been putting money in during this whole sell-off phase, all right, and you're new to this, you'd probably make a little bit of money by putting into the S&P 500 through SPY. Right, SPY is an ETF for the S&P 500. So I'm just reading you the index, and that's 6,075. If you bought it in SPY, right now it would be around 607. So that might be a way for you to to start getting in. But I think that the equity market is going to start to go up, and VIX is starting to go down. All right, so that's something to play. Now, what is interesting is Bitcoin. Bitcoin is it's like riding a Bronco, right? You know, it's like it's manic, all right? Now there were many traders that put in short positions in the option market. They put puts and they bought puts, betting that Bitcoin was going to go below 100. Now with this ceasefire, if it holds, you know, it's probably going to stay above 100. And right now, BITO, which is the long ETF for Bitcoin, that's trading at 21 and 0.11. All right. Now, that would mean for resistance and for support levels, 21.11. All right. So we have a resistance level at 21.48 right now for BITO. If it blasts through that resistance, the next resistance is going to be 22.50. We have a support level at 20. So what that equates to for Bitcoin, Bitcoin is trading at about 105,000. It needs to get like to 109, something like that, you know, 110. It's just having a hard time staying in that 110 range and above. It's, you know, so why? Why is that? You know, I don't have a real good answer for that. You know, is it that you listen to the news and it seems like more and more ETF funds are getting inflows for Bitcoin. All right. So that should bring up Bitcoin, the Bitcoin price, but it's not happening. It's just kind of like it's having a really hard time to get past that 110 barrier. So, but if you have some patience, you might be able to make a little bit of money if you think you're going to long Bitcoin to put it in BITO. If you want to short it, then it's BITI. Okay. So let's continue with. I'm tired of listening to B of A. Let's go to something else here. All right, let's go to CNN. I think this is also playing into Trump's calculus of not going all the way, right? But this is CNN, it's biased and they're anti-Trump, so just keep that in mind. And I'm not anti-Trump, honestly.
The thrills never stop at Empire City Casino.
I'm not anti-Trump. I just think that he has a tendency to fail when it really is important.
Out just an hour ago, it shows how Americans feel about the president's decision to attack those nuclear sites in Iran. So here's what we know. 56% of Americans surveyed here disapprove of the military action in Iran, while 44% approve it. When asked if they think the strikes will make Iran more of a threat to the U.S. or less, more than half said more. Now, President Trump has announced a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, of course, but some Americans are skeptical about the president's motivations.
I think it's important to remember.
Yeah, of course he's wearing an Arafat garb. CNN interviewing someone that's wearing an Arafat scarf. Really? And you're going to get a unbiased opinion? Now, if people are worried that things are going to get worse, why is that? Maybe it's because the Ayatollah isn't killed. Yeah, it could get worse. That was the whole point. This is a two-pronged approach. Knock out the facilities that are enriching the uranium and kill the Ayatollah. But Trump failed. Trump failed. America first, Trump failed.
There has been a repeated pattern of using diplomacy and negotiations to try to catch Iran off guard and launch sneak attacks on Iran.
Isaac Dever, Chuck Birch, and Ashley Davis are joining me again. I'm kind of cautiously reading these numbers because things have just moved.
That college student that's wearing the airfare garb, don't they understand that Iran was funding all the terrorism that we've been seeing? Don't they get that? So he's complaining that they did a head fake to knock out military capability. And the Iranian military and the Ayatollah is all above board, really.
Quickly since the initial strikes, but I always look at the number of independents, and I was surprised there to see that number be 60% over 40. You're nodding.
Yeah, because that's the most important piece. We expect Democrats and Republicans to run to their corner no matter almost what the issue is.
To be totally honest, look at what happened after 9/11. The national security state scared you enough to believe that you needed more protection by eroding your constitutional freedoms. That's what the Patriot Act was about. All right? Scared soccer moms to the point where they were willing to give up their constitutional freedoms to protect their brat kid so they can go to piano practice or soccer or whatever. Do you think that your constitutional freedom should have been eroded so some soccer mom is protecting her kids? The Constitution is more important than kids, by far, by far. No one's life is more important than the Constitution, period, full stop. So they're zeroing on the independents, the centrists in the United States, and the bottom line is this: Americans, in the aggregate, are fearful. They're afraid because of this litigious world that we live in. They need the government to save them. Take risks. Don't be worried. Don't be afraid. That's what leadership is. But we're not. They think that you can create a leader by getting a perfect score on the SAT. That's not a leader. That's not a leader. That's an egghead.
Fraud and all the polling I've ever done, most folks are against war, against sending troops to war. But what's the independent number? Because as we move into the midterms, there's only a small group of people. It's not a presidential election, and it's those most engaged, and it's those independents in swing districts that have the biggest impact.
Yeah, what do you see in this?
You see that there is not an appetite for foreign engagements, and that includes, I think, yes, look at the independents, but even among Republicans, there is a split that's there. We don't know given how quickly things are moving, and also given how, for so many issues, the Republican base and Republican officials just snap back into whatever Donald Trump is saying to do, and with no opposition in Congress coming, whether that will hold. But it does show that there is an issue here of people not wanting this to happen, even as...
I've been hearing about the HPV vaccine. Did you get it for Ellie?
Yep. Gotta keep her protected.
Okay.
So sick of that commercial.
A lot of people who are thinking seriously about what's going on in Iran think that stopping Iran from having a nuclear weapon.
And what happens next is obviously going to color this view. You know, when you're looking at the numbers, do you trust Trump to make the right decisions on use of force in Iran? Again, 55% no. That's very different from just are these strikes okay or not. Actually, what do you hear in that doubt?
See, now think about it. Think about that. You have. Do you trust Trump to make the right decisions on use of force in Iran? All right. Well, you need to go a little bit further in that question. All right, about the nuclear facilities. All right. Now the thing is, Trump is being corralled. It's been forced into certain policy decisions because there's a large base out there that's afraid. Now, some of it's, a big part of it's MAGA, but there is also non-MAGA that is afraid. So if we're afraid, let's just assume that we didn't knock out those nuclear facilities. All right, we didn't do those B-2 bombing runs. They would still have nuclear enrichment capability. So bombing it was really important. But I'm not saying that we won the football game, because we didn't, because the Ayatollah is still alive. There was a reason why they were enriching the uranium. They wanted a bomb. Now people would say, well, the IAEA didn't say that they had a bomb. There was no evidence that they had a bomb. Too late then. But the thing is that they had 60% enrichment and 83% enrichment in small quantities. But in the 60%, they had lots of it. You don't need 60% enrichment whatsoever for civilian usage. It's way lower, way lower. I don't know what the number is. It's like 10% or something like that. It's way lower. So the quantity of 60% and a smaller quantity of 83% was proof positive that they were moving towards a nuclear weapon. So passive America was supposed to do nothing? Well, I'm glad he did. I'm glad he took the risk and did it. But the thing is that just like with the trade agreements, he'll do something and then bring it back to a normal level. So in the case of the trade agreements, the tariffs, he had 140% on Chinese goods, and then it went down because Trump always chickens out. Trump chickened out by not knocking out the Ayatollah, but he knocked out the uranium facilities. Yeah, but that's only after the Israelis knocked out the air defenses. See, Americans didn't knock out the air defenses. It was the Israelis. So who really took the risks?
This was at the beginning that we should be thanking our United States military for what they did. What we've accomplished with no lives lost was an amazing feat. In my lifetime, Iran and the nuclear weapons have always been a horrible threat to this country, and they support terrorists more than any other country in the world. So I think we can't lose sight of that. I do think that people are tired of war, obviously, and the same people on the Democrat.
If you're so tired of war, why do you keep on kicking the can down the road? The only way to get rid of war is to absolutely win. Ceasefires don't work. One side has to be totally destroyed.
And we probably shouldn't do Ukraine either. I mean, it's the same argument. And so if this ends, like you say, and we're not in this for another year or 2 years or even 6 months, what was accomplished by most likely destroying at least most of their nuclear capability is a win.
What happens if there's some sort of retaliation, or that would change all this, and hopefully nothing like that will happen.
Absolutely. And if we have to send troops and all of that is a whole different story.
Israel's government says it has now agreed to a ceasefire with Iran, and Iranian media also reporting that a ceasefire has begun. But the Israel Defense Forces accusing Tehran of a ceasefire violation already, saying they have intercepted 2 missiles launched from Iran, with the defense minister vowing to, quote, respond with force. A senior security official in Iran tells CNN no missiles have been fired at the enemy, as he described them so far. US President Donald Trump urging both sides to stick to this ceasefire.
I personally think this. Because we didn't kill the Ayatollah, there's probably going to be a sleeper cell that's activated in the United States that does something like a 9/11 type thing. Now, I wouldn't be surprised it has something to do with drones. Now, let's just role play here for a second. What if there is a sleeper cell or cells that have built through, I don't know, maybe even 3D printing, but they take these drones and they add explosives on them, and they've made thousands of them, and they launch them in 40 cities at the same time. And they hit buildings. All on the same time, at the same time. What do you think would happen in terms of national security and emergency and all this? Your constitutional freedoms would be eroded. There would be a new Patriot Act. The national security apparatus, the national security state, would grow rapidly. All because we weren't willing to get the job done by killing the Ayatollah and letting the secular society of Iran flourish with democracy. We'll keep the Ayatollah. Now, if we did the other thing, kill the Ayatollah and bring democracy to Iran through these different world agencies to stabilize the currency, World Bank, IMF, and the UN, to get free elections and have a balance of government, not a kingship, not a theocracy, but a real democracy that has a constitution, all right? A constitutional republic, if we want to call it that. Then they're in our orbit, not in China's orbit, not in Russia's orbit. And we're going to need Iran to be in our orbit for a multiple front war with China and to be able to cut off the oil to China when there is a war between the United States and China over Taiwan. So it's not just getting rid of nuclear weapons in Iran. It's a bigger geopolitical chess play. But America first, be a pacifist. Being a pacifist has never worked for America, ever in Americans' history, ever. Because what happens is you're kicking the can down the road to the point where you actually have to intervene. America first.
These do not violate it, exclamation mark. Well, a new CNN poll shows US airstrikes against Iran over the weekend are broadly unpopular. 44% of respondents say they approve, 56% disapprove. Nearly 6 in 10 respondents say they think the strikes will increase the Iranian threat to the United States. Large majorities of independents and Democrats disapprove US military action, while 82% of the public approve. Let's get more now from Jennifer Kavanagh. She is a senior fellow and director of military analysis at Defense Priorities. She joins me now live from Washington. Just out of interest, what do you make of that polling?
Another think tank telling you how it is. Meanwhile, all they had to do was open up a book. I think it's volume 3, but it might be also volume 1 of the Zohar, and it'll tell you what the fuck to do. It was written 2,000 years ago.
Snap polling after all those strikes only Sunday this week, but is now Tuesday.
I don't find them that surprising. There really is not an appetite in the United States for another adventure in the Middle East. People are tired of foreign wars, especially after.
Yeah, and why are Americans tired of foreign wars? Because we win Afghanistan and Iraq under false pretenses. The neocons and George Bush Jr. But we wouldn't have had to go into Iraq after 9/11 if the father, George Bush Sr., actually got the job done during Desert Storm and killed Saddam. Oh, wow. So let's extrapolate that for a sec here. You get close, you kick Iraq out of Kuwait, you get close to Baghdad. The war only lasted 100 and some hours, 101 hours, I think it was. And you didn't kill Saddam? That was 91. I remember it really well. Now, wait a minute here. Wait a minute. Fast forward. to after 2001. And we had to do regime change. Do you think we would have had to do regime change after 9/11 if Saddam Hussein was killed? Probably not, I would suspect.
Proved to be quite disastrous and are very broadly unpopular across the Republican and the Democratic.
Yeah, so what happened was Skull and Bones. What happened was Skull and Bones, brought to you by George Bush Sr. and Jr., thought that they would be able to control the oil, because you got to remember when this was happening, we didn't know about the fracking. We didn't know about all the oil we had underneath the ground with the fracking. They wanted to control the oil supply in the Middle East. Then America gets blessed. Hey, America, you got a lot of oil. You don't really need to control the Middle East anymore. And then Barack Obama is in charge. He says, we're going to pivot to Asia. But not really thinking too hard and realizing that you need to control Iran, so you're cutting the oil supply to China. So Middle East and China, in terms of global warfare, are tied together. But Barack Obama would prefer to write a $150 billion check to the Ayatollah. And Trump is afraid to kill him, just like George Bush Sr. was afraid to kill Saddam.
Another use of military force would be unpopular and probably spark worries among a lot of voters that this is just the start of another long-term campaign in the region.
You have
packing an order for Kelly in North Carolina today, and let me just say, Kelly's taste, impeccable. This order is a routine upgrade. No.
You have deep insight into military strategy, so let's just take a step back here and consider the following. Donald Trump has taken credit overnight regional time, for this ceasefire, what he calls the end to this 12-day war. We have seen certainly some fragility, if not violation, of that very ceasefire in the past hours or so. As you assess what you see going on.
CIA. Thank you for asking. That ceasefire is not organic. It's not going to hold. It's not going to hold. It's going to kick the can down the road, and it's going to be worse. And Trump is going to have to dig himself out of that one. The ceasefire is going to collapse under the Trump administration, most likely before the midterm elections. See, if he killed the Ayatollah now, he would have had plenty of time and nobody would have fucking cared. And the midterm elections, everyone would say that he brought peace to the Middle East and he brought, he's bringing democracy to Iran, and he probably would have won the Nobel Peace Prize. But instead, he was afraid. He was afraid. Just like George Bush, he was afraid. Don't be afraid. Leaders should not be afraid. You think George Washington was afraid? He was riding on a white horse in the middle of the Revolution, trying to convince people to stay in the army. He wasn't afraid. But that was during a time when actually men had testosterone.
And strategy from both sides. What's your snap assessment?
Well, it's not uncommon for it to take a little bit of time for a ceasefire to take hold, for hostilities to stop. So I'm not that surprised that there's some uncertainty about where things stand right now. I think things are certainly trending in the direction of at least the
Ceasefires don't last. The armistice, remember World War I? That didn't last. It was reactivated during World War II. So World War I didn't solve its problem. The armistice. You really think that the ceasefire between North Korea and South Korea really worked? It led to the nuclearization of North Korea. Ceasefires don't work. Ever. Ever. There is no example of a ceasefire actually working. The absolute destruction of your enemy, where they totally capitulate, is when wars end. That's throughout all of human history. Ceasefires are some sort of modern construct to cry uncle.
Stop to the airstrikes that we've seen. Israel was signaling even yesterday that it was getting towards the end of its target list, both because the United States had signaled it wanted to de-escalate, but also probably was running low on air defense interceptors as well as its own munitions. And Iran.
Oh, that's a good thing. That's a good point that she's saying. You know, they get exhausted. They don't want to escalate it anymore. You know why they have to use these terms like ceasefire? Because they need time to make more weapons. These weapons are so expensive now. They have to find where the money is and make them. And make these bombs, these smart bombs. It's not like they were making dumb bombs back in World War II, where they were cheap and easy to make. These are more sophisticated. And it takes a while to stockpile. So you need terms like ceasefire. See what I mean? Wars don't end under ceasefire, ever. There is no war that has ended under ceasefire. And honestly, and I was thinking about this. I was thinking about this last night when I was watching the Asian session. It's almost like what's going on is like, even though it's much worse, there's lots of death and destruction. But the way Trump and Netanyahu and the Iranians, you know, like the Ayatollah, it's almost like we're seeing some sort of schoolyard fight. But can you imagine you have these kids, they're in this on the playground in school and they're fighting each other, but they have really destructive weapons. You know, they're not just hitting each other with their fists, but they have guns and rockets and maybe even nuclear. They have B-2 bombers. Can you imagine little kids having B-2 bombers, you know, in the schoolyard? That's kind of what the hell is happening right now. Ceasefire. Ceasefire.
Pile of missiles. So I would expect to see a temporary cessation of hostilities here. However, the bottom line is that the fundamental problem of Iran's nuclear program hasn't really been addressed. We still don't know where most of Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium is. We still don't know how much of their nuclear enrichment capabilities remain. So it's not clear to me that this is the end forever, even if it's the end for right now.
Yeah, and just
even if they hid the highly enriched uranium, if you destroy the military apparatus and you usher in a secular, educated democracy, and you overthrow the Ayatollah, it doesn't matter, because they are going to want peace and prosperity and be aligned with the Western world. The Middle East, there's no doubt in my mind about this. I just don't know the date. But there's no doubt in my mind that the Middle East, including Israel, but the Middle East is going to be the most prosperous technological region of the world. It's not going to be China. It's not even going to be the United States. It's going to be the Middle East. But it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen until these theocratic regimes are killed off.
Your recent analysis overnight points out there were real questions about what was accomplished over the past 2 weeks, given the high risks and the costs, of course. There are two other points that you make. Some in the US and many in Israel are pushing for more strikes and a broader regime change goal. And secondly, it could be a very long road to diplomacy, even if this ceasefire provides an off-ramp and opens or reopens a door to diplomacy. And you say it's not clear that Donald Trump has the patience to stick with it. Explain.
Well, there are certainly groups within the United States and in Israel that have hoped that this would be a broader war, that it would eventually bring down the Iranian regime, with the hopes that whatever followed would be better. It's not clear to me that that's the case. In fact, it seems more likely that if the current regime were to fall, you'd end up with a failed state, which would probably be even worse.
I don't think so.
In terms of,
I don't think so. A failed state has many components to it. Government services are no longer available. The economy is failing. And food disruption. All right? But if you kill the Ayatollah and you stabilize their currency in the flow of oil, and money is flowing into Iran, and you stabilize through the IMF and the World Bank, short term, and the United States is one of the guarantors, and other nations within Europe are guarantors, and maybe even Saudi Arabia, to stabilize the country. And then you have the UN come in, and maybe even a consortium of Arab nations to allow for multiple branches of government to take hold and have a constitution written. So they have a legislative, judicial, and executive branch. Not a theocracy, not a military dictatorship, not a kingship, not bringing back the son of the Shah. That would just cause more problems. And that seems like a playbook right out of the CIA. And the CIA's fucked up everything in this world. So, okay, so we have this international mechanism to stabilize the country without putting boots on the ground, military boots on the ground. And because the society is so educated and secular, it's going to flourish. It didn't flourish in Iraq and Afghanistan because they didn't have those components. They weren't secular and they weren't educated. And there wasn't, they didn't have like a large taste of what Western culture is, like they have in Iran. So it's, you just got to just take risks and see that this can play out. But it's not just me saying this. This is supposed to happen. This was written down a long time ago. Now, if the hint is, if people are saying, when this era does pop up, this is what you should be doing. Be careful of this and this and that, right? But there'll be a blessing that comes down. See, these talking heads, they think that it's through just the fortitude of one's own self-determination is the reason why there's success or failure. No. It's if you have a blessing or not. I've seen people that are super smart that don't have a blessing. I've seen dumb people that have a blessing and that have been very, very successful. It's about blessing. It's not about the fortitude of determination. Because you can have a lot of fortitude and determination and it doesn't work out. Give Iran a chance to flourish with the democracy instead of assuming that you're going to have some sort of power vacuum and it's going to end up being some sort of theocratic regime. Why do we assume that? Why do we assume that? Especially with the military being knocked out by the Israelis. The Israelis knocked out the A team, the B team, the C team, the D team, the E team. What other country has ever done that? In such a short amount of time. Let's continue.
About the path back to diplomacy. At this point, the Iranians have very little reason to trust Donald Trump's word. He's now twice talked about having negotiations, and then settled those negotiations himself by greenlighting military operations, first Israel's and then the United States. So it's not clear to me that the United States can offer credible assurances to Iran that if it negotiates, it's going to be protected from future attacks. So for any Iranian regime, that has to be a calculation. Is negotiating worth it?
When we started Warby Parker, we just sold glasses, and only online. But people liked them a lot. So,
all right. So that's the end of that video. I need to plug some products, so please help support the work that I do. Everything I do here is for free. All right, so please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer. Follow the protocol that I do to slow down the aging process, to help boost up that immune system, and just get healthy. It's a holistic approach. Let's talk about some of the things to purchase. Zeolite is a great way to detoxify your body. Take 3 small drops underneath your tongue, drink it with filtered water. It's going to bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals. It'll allow you to urinate those out within 6 to 8 hours. It's a great way to detox daily. If you want a heavier detox protocol, then do 5 to 10 small drops underneath your tongue. Drink filtered water. Do that every day until the bottle is done. Do that once or twice a year. I prefer to do the maintenance dose every day. D3 and K2 are supplements that can help with bone density, taking in calcium through a supplement or through drinking milk. How I do it is drink milk. Take magnesium to improve the efficacy of D3, but by taking D3 and K2, what's going to happen is that you're going to be able to absorb that calcium, do resistance training, and you're going to get more bone density. It's very important to improve your bone density. There are too many people out there that are just not active. And so what happens, especially when you get older, your bones start to get brittle and you start to lose muscle mass. So it's important to do resistance training. So get the D3 and the K2 from my store, take them every day. In addition, this helps your cardiovascular health. How? By being able to pull out a little bit of that calcium depositing around plaque and to reduce the chances of further calcium depositing around plaque, your vascular system will improve. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the D3 and the K2. Now, probiotics are really important as a foundational piece. You can get the powdered version or the veggie cap version from my store. I prefer to take the powdered version. But probiotics will help to bring down inflammation at the gut level, allow you to absorb your nutrients, improve your metabolism. It'll help with the communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. You're going to be able to sleep better. You're going to be able to get rid of that brain fog. You're going to be able to concentrate better and improve your immune system. By having a good gut biome, the mucosal lining in your gut will get thicker and improve so the gut biome will be stable. You're going to be able to process your nutrients better, and your concentration of your IgAs will improve. And that means your immune system at the gut level will improve. Super important. When you have a healthy gut, you don't have leaky gut syndrome. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the foundational piece for your health protocol, which is the probiotics. Again, veggie cap or powdered version. Now, if you're 40 years of age or older, which many of the audience is, you need to start paying attention to me very closely. You need to protect your neurons. In 5 years, you're going to start noticing people that if they're not following my protocol and doing holistic approaches to improve their neural health, they're going to start having problems. Now, in your social circle, you're going to start noticing people having Parkinsonian types of tremors. You're going to start noticing people having gait issues, walking issues. The vitality isn't there. They're walking slower. They're thinking slower. Their memory is starting to decline. They may be understanding something that they hear, but they can't get it out of their mouth. You're going to start seeing in 5 years, a lot of people going, Now, there's multiple reasons why. I've done a video on it. There's 3 big reasons why that this is the case, and there are different probabilities. But you're going to start seeing in 5 years, a lot of people having neurological problems. Now, it's part of the aftershock of 2020. But you need to pay attention here. And that means you have to protect your neurons through proper diet and exercise, stay away from sugary foods, drink filtered water, stay away from processed foods, reduce inflammation, learn new things, train your mind. You gotta view your mind, your brain is like a muscle, right? You gotta learn new things. Stuff that you totally don't know about. If you loved history, start learning something else, right? Learn something new. In addition, read, write, and talk to people in the real world. Not the 146 character tweet, all right? You need to talk. And that's gonna help to activate the Broca systems, areas of your brain, to allow for speech and articulation of a thought. Because you have these different Broca areas of the brain and they work together. But if you let that atrophy, then you're going to have problems when you start getting older. Now, there are 3 main gates of brain aging. In your 30s, at age 30, you have asymptomatic neural decline. You don't notice it, but you are having neural decline. And then at age 50 is where it usually becomes symptomatic. And then at around age 65 or about 72, depends on your genetics and your health and your lifestyle, there's another rapid decline. All right, so you have 30, 50, and this range between about 65 to 72. If you are proactive with your health, you're reducing the chance of having neurological decline. And it's through proper supplementation, proper diet, and exercise. And these exercises you don't have to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. They're simple. Do some resistance training, do some cardio, do some balancing, and do some stretching. But do this regularly. And you're going to be activating different types of neurons. And by improving your cardio, improving your cardiovascular system, you're getting better blood flow, creating a microenvironment to allow for positive neuroplasticity. So your dendritic connections start to improve. That means you think faster. That means you have better memory, and you'll sleep better, all right? And part of that microenvironment is also supplementation. So let's talk about the supplementation. Ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can purchase. A lot of people that are taking CoQ10, most likely you're taking the wrong type. So get the Ubiquinol, most bioavailable form of CoQ10. Secondly, it also soaks up free radicals. So you're improving the health of your mitochondria, boosting up those energy levels. Now, ubiquinol will help to protect the neuron, super important. And when you're bringing down inflammation, you're reducing the decline of the myelin sheath so your neurons can fire properly. If you have that myelin sheath that's disrupted and there's a debris field, that's where you start to think slower. So the health of the myelin sheath is super important for your central and peripheral nervous system. Now, NAD+ will boost up the energy levels, repair your DNA damage, cellular and mitochondrial, and that's super important. Mitochondria produces the ATP that you need, and NAD+ will help to protect the neuron. So stack them together and do that holistic health protocol that I just mentioned, and you will fare much better compared to the ones that don't. But in 5 years or less, you're going to start seeing people from the aftershock of 2020. Now, I can't say in this video the pathophysiology because it'll cause a strike issue with what I'm saying, but I will do another video about it. But you got to pay attention. This is going to happen. It's going to happen. If, you know, unfortunately, I don't have a large enough channel to help more people. This works. What I'm saying works. But because of the censorship and because of the stupidity of many Americans, you know, getting, you know, stuck in some sort of echo chamber, they're not going to listen. And there's going to be a lot of people that suffer. But, you know, I'm doing the best that I can. So another great product that I have is a very high quality deodorant that helps to detoxify your body. It's for males and females. You can get it in citrus, and you can also get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. It has no aluminum, no baking soda. Made from essential oils from the Himalayas. I partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we've developed these deodorants that have dual purpose. Detoxify your body, and you use it as a deodorant. It's a great product, and it's all natural. Now, another great product that I have is, this is the last one I'll do, is the drops and the lozenges. The lozenges are larger. You get 21 in each bag. I have in stock the elderberry zinc. Take them no matter what the season is. If you have a throat irritation, take them right away to mitigate the problem. Because if you let it fester, it takes longer for your body to remodel, to heal the body. You can also get the drops in 100 count. You can get it in cherry, honey and lemon, and also in blueberry. They're very high quality. Get a few bags for your household, help support the work that I do. But better yet, help support your health and wellness. Because if you follow the protocol and you take what you can afford and you do this holistic approach with the proper diet and exercise and train your brain and get proper sleep, right? When you do it holistically, you're going to slow down the aging process. You bring down that inflammation. You're going to let the body heal. And that means that your endocrine system is going to be in homeostasis. Your immune system will be boosted up, and your different organ systems will perform better. Now, I've been doing this for a long time, all right, and tweaking it and tweaking it and tweaking it. And I've been taking antioxidants since I was 16 years old. Now, people would say, why? Well, I saw a lot of death when I was young. You know, a lot of people had heart attacks at a young age. And I had an uncle that died from a heart attack at age 46. Another uncle that died at age 35 from a heart attack. My mother had 5 heart attacks. You know, her first heart attack was when she was 40. My brother, younger brother, died from a heart attack at age 36. I've seen a lot of death. A lot of death. And the thing is, you know, a lot of death when I was young, and also a lot of death, you know, through medical training. But I'll tell you this. You can mitigate the problems, especially for the chronic diseases that are self-induced because of lifestyle. And most of the health problems in the United States is because of lifestyle, and it's self-induced, and it can be reversed up to a certain point. Once you pass the Rubicon, it's too late. But it's possible. It's possible to do. You can slow down the aging process, and it's taking knowledge from anti-aging medicine, you know, anti-aging research, sports medicine research, geriatric medicine, and learning what is beneficial. And there are a lot of these kind of like anti-aging gurus, or sometimes they call them biohackers. All right. And if you can, as you go through these aging gates, like for example, the one that I mentioned with the brain, and you prepare yourself before you go through that gate, that means that when you get past that gate, you're aging slower in between the next gate. So for example, for the mind, I said 30, 50, and 65 to 72 are the gates for aging. There's an inflection point that takes place and accelerates the aging. Well, if you're doing a protocol as you're moving towards that gate and then after that gate, then in between 30 and 50, then you are slowing down that aging process. But if you don't, with the control group, then what's going to happen is more neurological decline takes place. Now, many people are about age 40, age 50 that are watching the show, all right? Some are in their late 30s. But the thing is that this is an important sweet spot to prepare yourself as you pass into that, past the 50 age gate, or as you move in towards the 65, 70 gate for neural health. So it's not like, oh, just take a supplement and everything is just gonna magically change. It doesn't work like that. But you can slow things down and let your body start healing, and you're gonna notice that as your body's healing and you have less chronic problems, less chronic inflammation, let your brain, what your body is doing is it's healing. Like, for example, if you get sick, common sniffles, whatever, all right, and it's mild, it lasts for about 5 days. You get a runny nose, maybe some coughing, whatever. It takes 2 weeks to remodel the damaged tissue. 2 weeks, sometimes 3, depending on the severity. That's mild. And as you get older, it's harder to remodel. So if you have this problem 3 times a year or 4 times a year, just under or about a quarter of the year, you're either not feeling well or remodeling your body due to tissue damage. 25% of the year. And that's year after year after year. If you look at people that are sick in this kind of pattern, even if it's benign, even if it's mild, they age faster. Especially if it's happening right before they go through a gate. One of these inflection point gates of aging. But if you prepare your body and you have less chronic problems, then your body is allowed to have time to heal. Instead of remodel damage, it has time to heal and slow down the aging process. Now, I'm older than Alex Jones, a lot smarter too. But the thing is that just look at me. I'm telling you what I do. I did everything everything that I tell you to do to get at the store, I use. All right. I also do other stuff too that I don't have on my store that it's not available to sell. But the thing is that I'm giving you a very powerful protocol to follow. And the proof is what you see. I've been doing this for a long time. But you look at Alex Jones, it's selling also supplements. But does he look like he's using them or that they work? He doesn't even understand on how to stack it. The magic is the stacking of the stuff. So, like, for example, D3. D3 is important to take. A lot of people just take D3. It's a cofactor for gene expression. It gets rid of cells that need to go to apoptosis. It helps to absorb calcium. But I just told you by stacking with K2 how to improve your cardiovascular health and your bone density. Alex Jones can't do that because Alex Jones doesn't understand pathophysiology. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Pay attention. In 5 years, you're going to know a lot of people that have problems with their brain. You've been warned. All right, let's listen to CIA.
My husband and I were really impressed with the academic scores at Success Academy, and so we thought we should come in for a tour.
We are continuing to follow developments out of the Middle East, where Iranian and Israeli media channels now reporting that a ceasefire between the two nations has taken effect. Donald Trump is also confirming that and urging the two sides not to violate it. In fact, just hours ago, the U.S. president took to social media, claiming that the countries had reached out to him, in his words, almost simultaneously about peace. The president's comments coming as sirens blared across parts of Israel after Iran fired missiles toward the country early Tuesday morning. Israeli officials saying that at least 5 people were killed when a residential building was hit in the southern city of Beersheba. Both sides fired missiles before the ceasefire was set to begin. I want to get some analysis now from Mehran Kumbaba, professor of government at Georgetown University in Toronto. Professor, thank you so much for taking some time to join us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
I would love to get started by just getting just a sense of what people where you are talking about. Fortunately, it didn't go beyond just some of the dramatic pictures that we saw, people running in malls and also some of the debris falling towards the ground. Again, no injuries in that. Still, though, what have people been talking about today after what took place, after Iran launched this series of attacks?
Well, I think it's fair to say we were all shocked last night when Iran attacked, and the sense of disbelief was palpable. The fear, the noises, the shaking was absolutely shocking, and we all went to bed fearing for the worst, and then we woke up again surprised, but this time for the better, learning that overnight a ceasefire deal had been struck. And so I think there is a sigh of relief. As you know, Qatar is one of the world's safest countries every year on various indices. Doha comes out as the world's safest city. And so people here are not used to this sort of development. And so I think there is a huge sigh of relief this morning.
Yeah, what a contrast. You go to bed and then wake up the next morning to breaking news of a ceasefire, Professor. Let's get into some of the policy now of it all. You have said that the regime change that the president has, that the U.S. president has floated, would be destined to fail. Why is that? Especially if you consider that the current regime is deeply unpopular among many of its own people.
Absolutely. The government is extremely unpopular, particularly in urban centers, among the middle classes, or what is left of the Iranian middle class and upper classes. But I think it's important to note that popular discontent by itself is not enough for the collapse of the government. First of all, this is a political system that has multiple dimensions. It has deep roots. It has various representatives. It also has the diehard support of anywhere between 15 to 20% of the population that is motivated by the government's ideology. And there's also a palpable lack of a viable opposition. So I think effecting regime change might sound good in theory, but in practice, it's not feasible.
So that's Iran. Let's talk Israel for a moment. What do you make of that country's government remaining silent now, 2 hours and 20 minutes into this apparent ceasefire? I mean, could this be interpreted as Israel not being on board?
It very well could. And apparently, according to the terms of the agreement, Israel has a right to respond to the latest volley of Iranian missiles, whereby while Iran does not. Now, that is a possibility, but I think it's important to keep in mind that the Iranians have actually proved the deadly effectiveness of their missiles and their ability to penetrate the Iron Dome. And I think that is not a lesson that is lost on Israeli military commanders and the civilian leadership. A civilian leadership, mind you, whose political position domestically, at least up until the outbreak of the war with Iran, was woefully precarious. And so I think the Israeli government now is taking pause and trying to assess its various options.
What about when you look at Israel's its potential expanded objective here? We saw after the United States' intervention over the weekend, we saw that they continued with their campaign. Could that perhaps hint that Israel has expanded beyond just seeking a nuclear-free Iran? Does it have perhaps even more objectives now? Otherwise, I assume they would have actually held back their campaign when the United States launched their bombers.
Absolutely. In fact,
Other
consultancies work around you. At West Monroe, we work with you. Overcomplicated strategy, it's so overrated. West Monroe, clear action, lasting impact.
Absolutely. In fact, statements coming out of Jerusalem indicate that they were after dismantling Iran's missile system. They were after decapitating the civilian leadership. And it would not be surprising if Israel wanted really to see turning Iran into where Libya is today, tragically, or where Syria was and has been during its civil war, and Iraq after 2003. So I think it does serve Israel's interest if Iran's political leadership is so weakened that it cannot exert control over the territory, over Iranian territory. That does not seem to have happened. And so Israel's objective, if we look at it that way, really was not met.
And just as we were speaking here, Professor, we just received a statement on behalf of the government of Israel, and in it, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirming that, in fact, they did convene the Security Cabinet together, along with the Minister of Defense, to address this. That Israel, they say, has eliminated a dual existential threat. Additionally, trying to just read through this as we speak right now, but essentially agreeing, at least in part, to some of these terms, apparently, of this ceasefire. I'm going to continue to go over this a little bit deeper, but just initially, the fact that Israel is now responding, could that be now a positive sign in these developments?
Absolutely. It is definitely a positive sign. When elephants fight, the grass suffers. It's the civilians in Israel, the civilians in Iran that have borne the brunt of this, not the military or civilian leadership on either side. And so what we've seen is nothing other than misery, fear, trepidation, kind of existential fear. And I think it would be a wonderfully positive development if saner heads prevail and there's an end, at least to this hostility. Now we have to worry about the genocide in Gaza.
And in that statement, Israel says that it has agreed to the president's proposal for a bilateral ceasefire. However, they will respond forcefully to any violation of that. So certainly those tensions will continue, Professor. And thank you so much for offering your expert analysis in all this.
A brand new CNN poll giving us a real-time glimpse into how Americans do view this conflict and U.S. involvement in the fight. It suggests President Trump's decision to launch airstrikes against Iranian nuclear facilities over the weekend is broadly unpopular with the U.S. public. Let's get you CNN's chief data analyst, Harry Enton, with a look at the numbers for us. What have we got? And break them down for us, if you will. How do Americans feel about these airstrikes?
Yeah, I think it's so important to note before we begin that these polls are a snapshot in time, right? These polls were basically completed before the ceasefire, the supposed ceasefire was actually made. Still, I think it's so important to note that Americans, not fans of this, and it's not just the CNN SSRS poll, it's a Reuters Ipsos poll as well. All right, the net approval rating on the U.S. airstrikes on Iran, you see it here, 12 points underwater. You're 12 points more likely to disapprove than approve of the strikes on Iran. How about Reuters Ipsos? 9 points underwater. You're 9 points more likely to disapprove than approve of the airstrikes in Iran. And among independents, 19 points more likely to disapprove than approve of the airstrikes in Iran. And I will tell you, Becky, that these numbers are surprising to me from a historical perspective. Why? Historically speaking, U.S. military actions, at least initially, are quite popular. What do I mean by that? Well, why don't we go back through the time machine? We can go back to the ISIS strikes back in 2014. Look at that. You were 58 points more likely to approve than disapprove of those back in 2018 in the same general region, right in the Middle East. But compare that now to Iran, we are 11 points underwater. I have never seen an initial military action of the type that we had in Iran over the weekend by the United States of America be as unpopular as this one was. Again, this is a snapshot in time, but at least initially speaking, we're looking at a true historical anomaly and not an...
And like I said, because of the Zohar that was written thousands of years ago, it states that Satan is trying to convince positive Esau and Jacob not to kill negative Esau. Satan tricks. Now, when you have a lot of infighting in your society, then you can't really focus on the enemy, right? You know, divide and conquer, that whole concept. Well, Satan's doing that right now, dividing and conquer. Now, he's saying, I'm not saying, but he's saying historical precedents would suggest that there should be more people that would be aligned with what Trump's doing. Something's really different about this era. But, you know, there's a lot of people out there that think they know better, like Stephen Bannon and Alex Jones, who don't know jack shit. Tip of the spear. Tip of the spear. Tip of the spear means you're forward deployed. Guess what, Stephen Bannon? You're not forward deployed when you're doing a podcast in Washington, D.C. And guess what, Alex Jones? You're not forward deployed if you're hiding under your bed in Austin, Texas. Tip of the spear.
President Donald Trump of light. Now, in the intro, you had Manu Raju talking with Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, talking about perhaps the Republicans were split on this issue. Well, maybe they're a little split, but generally speaking, what are we looking at? The GOP on U.S. airstrikes on Iran. You can see here, the vast majority of the Republican base, 76%, approve. They are with Donald Trump compared to just 18% on average in the Reuters Ipsos, and of course the CNN SSRS poll, who disapprove. So the bottom line is this. Yeah, there is some portion of Republicans who disapprove, who are with Marjorie Taylor Greene, but the vast majority of Republicans are with Donald Trump. This is his party. But when we talk about the overall electorate is not with Donald Trump, and that is truly, Becky, a historical anomaly.
Did you get allergy HPV vaccine?
Yeah, gotta keep commercial. All right. So, like I said, long time ago, since this war started on October 7th of 2023, I stated that in the United States, you're going to have in the population a combination of Jacob and Esau. And the ones that are Esau are going to have to do repentance, and they'll turn to positive Esau if they do. Right? And then the remainder will be negative Esau. And then a little bit of Ishmael. But the far majority is Jacob and Esau. All right? You're seeing that playing out in the polling data. And I stated this in 2023. What you're going to have is that you're going to have the ultra-liberals eating their tail. I called it the ultra-liberals are going to be eating their tail. And then you're going to have this ultra right-wing group that is just so America first that they don't realize they're actually causing more problems down the road. Being a pacifist and isolationist is not going to work. It never has. It never has. Leaders take risks. Leaders lead. And so you have this infighting that's taking place. Satan wants the infighting because it buys time. Buys time to suck more energy out of negative Esau. All right, let's listen to Wolf Blitzer.
Netanyahu, just a little while ago, as the ceasefire was hanging in the balance. CNN political and global affairs analyst Barak Ravi is joining us right now. He's also a global affairs correspondent for Axios. Barak, thanks so much for joining us. I want to read what the president posted on his Truth Social site earlier this morning after cursing out both Israel and Iran. He wrote this, and I'm quoting Trump. Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home while doing a friendly plane wave to Iran. Nobody will be hurt. The ceasefire is in effect. Barak, what did you learn about that conversation between Trump and Netanyahu that led to that post?
Hi, Wolf. So according to Israeli news official, this call was pretty difficult. One U.S. official told me Trump was very direct and firm with what he told Netanyahu. He basically told Netanyahu abort mission. And Netanyahu, according to Israeli officials, told the president, look, I can't abort mission. The Iranians violated the ceasefire. They fired the missile. I have to do something. So at the end, Netanyahu told Trump that he's going to scale back this attack, and from a list of 12 targets, many of them in the center of Tehran, at the end, the IDF struck one target, one radar outside of Tehran, which I think it's a pretty unprecedented thing that, you know, the President of the United States goes out in public calling on Israel to abort mission, and Israel doesn't. I think it's quite extraordinary. And if we, you know, if there's one thing that showed us how angry Donald Trump was, is that he used this morning on camera the F word in the context of the Israel-Iran war. And we remember.
As a working mom, I needed an option that fit my busy life. That's when I found CUNY Online. With over 200 online programs, I discovered the.
And we remember, when is the last time Donald Trump used the F word about Benjamin Netanyahu? So I think it shows how angry and frustrated he was.
Do we know what came first, that Iranian strike on that residential apartment building in Beersheba that killed 4 Israelis, or the Israeli strikes that took place in Tehran?
So as far as I understand, according to the sequence of things, the Israeli strikes in Tehran happened before, and the Iranian missile strikes happened afterwards. But according to the timeline that President Trump himself laid out, both were still before the ceasefire came into effect. I think what created the problem was that the Iranians fired the missile one time 6 minutes into the ceasefire. Let's say, you know, that's borderline. But the second time they fired a missile 3 hours into the ceasefire, and while the missile was intercepted, didn't hit anything, it was still, you know, something that Israel saw as a violation and threatened to strike in retaliation in the center of Tehran.
In a statement after the phone call with the president, Prime Minister Netanyahu's office said this, and I'm quoting, "In the conversation, President Trump expressed his great appreciation for Israel, which achieved all of its objectives for the war, as well as his confidence in the stability of the ceasefire." End quote. What objectives is Israel claiming it achieved during the course of the last 12 days?
So I think there's no doubt that Israel achieved almost completely its 2 main objectives, which were, number one, destroying the Iranian nuclear program. I think the program, even if it's not 100% destroyed, it has been severely damaged, and it would take the Iranians a long time to bring this program back to a place where they can even try to produce a nuclear weapon. The other thing is the Iranian ballistic missile program. While the Israelis set out an ambitious goal of, you know, removing this threat completely, they did not. But they, I think, degraded Iranian ballistic missile capabilities significantly. At least 50%, maybe even 60% of Iran's launchers were destroyed. A lot of Iran's ballistic missile production lines have been destroyed, and Iran is in a different place on its ballistic missile capability today.
Let me just get a final quick answer from you, Ruck. You agree with me that President Trump seemed more anti-Israel than he was anti-Iranian in his public remarks this morning?
I don't know if he was anti-Israel, but he was definitely putting the onus on the Israeli side. There is no doubt about it.
White House source says the president held a firm and direct call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after those comments. Minutes later, Mr. Trump took to social media posting, "Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home," while doing a friendly plane wave to Iran. Israel says it refrained from additional strikes after that conversation. Earlier, it says it struck a radar site north of Tehran. And Iran fired a missile into the residential building in the Israeli town of Beersheba before the ceasefire took effect. Israel says at least 4 people were killed. CNN's Jeff Seleny is in Washington, D.C. With this hour for the reaction. And Jeremy, pretty extraordinary to see the President of the United States using that kind of language against an ally in the form of Israel, one of its closest allies, but clearly it has had an effect. The President now on the train to the NATO summit. What do we expect there on arrival?
Look, President Trump is flying to the NATO summit in the Netherlands. He'll be there on the ground for about 24 hours, but he is coming armed with this ceasefire deal, which, as you said, Christina, is still holding at the moment, but it is fragile. There's no doubt about that. But the anger that we saw from the American president as he left Washington is part of diplomacy as well, clearly sending a message to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that the United States and the White House are not pleased by this. So it may have seemed a bit performative, but the anger was clearly real. There is no question about that. But we are told that the president and the prime minister had a phone call aboard Air Force One as the president was leaving Washington, and he got a guarantee from Netanyahu to basically fire no more. So the ceasefire seems to be holding. The question is going forward, A, how long will it last? And there are still questions about the actual state of the Iran nuclear program. But there is no doubt that Iran was looking for an exit ramp, an off-ramp to all of this. That was clear yesterday, throughout the day, really a series of extraordinary events that will potentially be looked back at history as quite a remarkable moment, with the Americans reaching out to the Qataris to negotiate a bit of diplomacy with the Iranians, even as the Americans were talking to the Israelis, even as the strikes were being fired on the Al Udeid Air Force Base in just outside of Doha. So all of that taken together, I'm told, was part of one piece of this. But the United States clearly wants to broker this ceasefire. We will see what happens at the NATO summit, but already we were being told the president is being congratulated for his role in this, and of course that is part of all of this as well. But he clearly wants to move on, turn the page, and to suggest that this is over. But history would show that this conflict has been burning, of course, for centuries. So it's unlikely that forever a ceasefire is at hand. But for the moment, at least, a fragile one appears to be. Christina.
Yeah, very dependent on whether this ceasefire holds as to whether this will be.
We're going to go really quick to CNBC about economic data release. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver toothpaste. This toothpaste has no fluoride. It will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with the health of your gum line, and reduce inflammation at the gum line. Very high quality toothpaste. It's a toothpaste that I use every day. And not only that, it's the best toothpaste that you can buy. So please go to my store, get a few tubes of this toothpaste for your household. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more on an order, you get a free gift until supplies last. Let's talk about the first pillar of my health protocol. We talked about multivitamins and probiotics as a foundational piece, but there's this core to slow down the aging process and boost up your immune system. Cleanse is 30 parts per million, and max 14 or max 35 are 14 parts per million for the max 14, and max 35 is 35 parts per million. You take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle, about 20 seconds, and then swallow it. What it's going to do is going to boost up your immune system. How? Really simple. It's going to help with the mucosal lining, help with the health of your oral cavity and your oral pharynx, and the epithelial lining. It's going to maintain and improve the epithelial lining. So your immune system is going to perform better. You get some other benefits too by doing this. You take a teaspoon a day every day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or 2 a day. I've been taking this over 5 years, every day, all right? If I don't feel well, I take a teaspoon or 2 a day. Now, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the max 35, max 14, or the cleanse, all right? Very high quality products. In addition, let's talk about a stack that's super important. This is the third pillar of the core protocol. The max 14, max 35, and cleanse is the first pillar. The third pillar of the core protocol is ashwagandha root. Ashwagandha root is going to control your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. Super important for your vascular system and your immune system. Lignans brings down inflammation, soaks up free radicals, helps your endocrine system and your immune system. Super important. And turmeric brings down inflammation, soaks up free radicals, brings down those pro-inflammatory cytokines. And when you're bringing down inflammation systemically, you're helping your immune system. When you bring down inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. So by taking the turmeric, the lignans, and the ashwagandha, you're stacking it in such a way, taking this every day, you're helping your vascular system and your immune system out. So please go to it's a very powerful stack. It's the third part of my core protocol. Boost up that immune system, help with your cardiovascular health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Just click the link to get to my website. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. All right, let's play CNBC. It's a short video.
All right, first we got some consumer confidence data crossing. Rick Santelli has that for us. Rick.
Yes, David, these are June numbers from the Conference Board. Headline number expected to be very close to 100, a bit of a disappointment. 93 would be the best, well, just since March, so not that long ago, but the real issue is in between then and now, we had some really weak reads that proved to be very much should have been a contrarian indicator because the market went much higher. If we look at present situation, 129.1, that would be the weakest going all the way back to Sep of 24. And if we look at expectations, it comes in at 69. 69 would be the best, well, just since April of this year. There's also other data out, David. Richmond Fed manufacturing side and service side, these are June numbers. -7 on the manufacturing side. That would be the best since March of this year, even though it's a negative number. We haven't had a positive number. Well, we had one this year, and that was in February when it was only +6. If we look at the service side of the equation, comes in at -16, which happens to be the best since March of this year as well. Lots of negative numbers on manufacturing and several real negative numbers with respect to the service side in March and April, but they do seem to be moving up slightly, at least from the perspective of Richmond. We see that interest rates on the long end are hovering near unchanged. We have some slight positives in price on the short end, meaning slightly lower yields, but all things considered, especially with some of the volatility that we've seen in other markets like energy and equities, the treasury market, for the most part, pretty calm today. Sarah, back to you.
Okay.
All right. So let's take a look at what's going on at maybe France 24. Let's see. Or maybe GB News. Let's listen in here. No.
This is not an individual who's a threat to people who should be incarcerated.
No. All right, let's see. Maybe France 24.
Look, there were some reports that Donald Trump wanted to have a round of golf while he was here. I cannot confirm for sure these reports, but the fact is that he was initially at some point scheduled to be arriving earlier than planned, but obviously what happened over the weekend between Israel, Iran, and the United States getting involved obviously derailed all of those plans. So we'll basically probably never know really if Donald Trump really had some time for some golfing and whether or not that summit was condensed for that reason or condensed more likely to keep him engaged and minimize possibly the risk of seeing what we saw earlier a few weeks ago, a few days ago at the G7 summit where Donald Trump left early.
Reminder, he's arriving, what, in 45 minutes time, roughly?
I am losing track of time, Francois, so I will not confirm or deny that timing of arrival.
All right, we'll keep posted. That's what we saw earlier, in any case, from the news agencies. You'll be scanning the skies for us. Kedevan Gordestani reporting live there from The Hague, capital of the Netherlands, and that NATO summit that's about to get underway, where we will see how after 11 days, Donald Trump saying it's 12, we have Israel, which can count what has changed with certainly military gains. How much, though? Isaac Herbert has more.
Friday, June 13th, over 200 Israeli aircrafts took to the skies above Iran, targeting military bases, air defense systems, and nuclear enrichment facilities. They outwitted Iran's intelligence services, infiltrating the country's most protected sites. It was the start of an operation that over the next 12 days would severely weaken the Islamic Republic and take out many of its senior military officials, scientists, and engineers. A pillar of the regime, General Hossein Salami, head of the elite Revolutionary Guards since 2019, was killed in a strike on his headquarters, according to Iranian media. Also killed was Mohammed Baheri, Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces since 2016, and the driving force behind Iran's ballistic missile program. Then came the assassination of Mohammad Kazemi.
I can inform you, Brett, that moments ago, we also got the chief intelligence officer and his deputy in Tehran.
By Monday, the Israeli Defense Forces claimed they had full aerial superiority over Tehran and said they had destroyed at least 1/3 over 120 of Iranian ballistic missile launches. They targeted at least 20 command centers belonging to the Quds Force, a powerful branch within the Revolutionary Guards that sends fighters abroad and funds regional proxies such as Hezbollah and Hamas. But the real blow came when the United States directly entered the conflict, deploying fighter jets and B-2 bombers carrying 30,000-pound bunker-busting bombs. The US strikes on Iran's three main nuclear sites, Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, were unprecedented, causing extremely severe damage and destruction of the underground facilities, according to the Pentagon. It is not known how far back the operations have set Iran's nuclear program, or whether it has now given Tehran motivation to pursue a nuclear weapon as a deterrent from future attacks. But for the moment, it has cemented Israel's place as an unrivaled military force in the region.
As we speak, Iraqi airspace reopening, a sign that, at least for now, the ceasefire is effective. Neighboring Iraq, which closed its airspace along with Gulf states after that missile launch by Iran across the Persian Gulf on Monday evening. Well, for more, let's go to Brussels. Bernard Guetta, member of the European Parliament with the Centrist Renew Group. Thank you for speaking with us here on France 24.
My pleasure.
Has the last 11 days changed the Middle East for good?
Excuse me? Could you repeat? Excuse me.
Have the last 11 days changed the Middle East for good?
For good, we will see in a few days or in a few weeks. But in any case, Israel stopped bombing Iran, the US stopped bombing Iran, and Iran stopped bombing Israel. So there is definitely a progress.
No shit, Captain Obvious.
We thought that the watershed moment had already come when the Assad regime fell back in December. Now this attack with the United States getting directly involved. Your thoughts on that?
Well, don't make a comparison with
I like France 24, but I'm gonna switch over to listen to Mark Levin. It looks like he goes off on the isolationists. Let's see if he does as good of a job as I do. Because I'll tell you what, pacifism is a failed policy. Always has and always will be. And this is the weak spot. This is the Achilles heel of the American public. Well, there's two Achilles heels. Going to 7-Eleven and drinking your Big Gulp, and being an isolationist. All right, let's listen into Mark Levin.
Hello, America. I'm Mark Levin, and this is Life, Liberty, and Levin Sunday. We have two great guests. We have Ron Dermer, Israeli Minister of Strategic Affairs, in his first exclusive interview, a confidant of the Prime Minister of Israel. We also have our friend Professor John Yoo of Berkeley Law School, former Deputy Assistant Attorney General, where we're going to dig in on this War Powers Act, because the enemy within thinks it has something and they have nothing. Look, we have a tremendous President of the United States, Commander-in-Chief, who really is exceptional.
He's way better than most presidents. The problem that I have with Donald Trump is that he didn't go all the way and kill the Ayatollah because he's afraid.
I don't know why he's underestimated. I don't know why people question the way that he goes about making decisions. But by now, hasn't he proven himself? Yes, he has. We'll go down into history as truly one of the great presidents in domestic and foreign policy. He only had one term in a few months. He's not even done. And then we have the greatest military on the face of the earth. Makes you proud, doesn't it? July 4th is coming up, Independence Day. When we look at the flag.
But you got to remember, and believe me, we have a very strong military, and I'm very proud of our military. And if anyone that has served in the armed services in any capacity, thank you for your service. But let's just get it straight. The United States did not knock out the defense capability, the air defense capability of Iran. It was the Israelis before the B-2 bombers came in. So Trump was trying to mitigate risks. He only went in because the air defenses were cut off.
We have the song sung and the music played for the different military services. You can stand taller now with your chest out more and thank them. They are fantastic. I think it would also be a mistake, or I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the Prime Minister of Israel, also one of the greatest leaders of all time, Benjamin Netanyahu, who's just been fantastic considering his country's surrounded and they've defeated one enemy after another, an Israeli military and intelligence, which is really astonishing, really is quite fabulous. And what's even better is the alliance between our two countries. Let me tell you a little story quickly. Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu are friends. They have many of the
friends that swear at each other. So Benjamin Netanyahu, he's an important figure, but there's corruption. All right? He's an important figure for sure. And it was predicted by the Ribby in, I think it was 1982, maybe it was 83, but probably 1982, where he said that Netanyahu was going to be the guy that sets in motion the Messianic age. All right? He stated that in 82. Now, what politician, now at that time he was just working as a UN ambassador, I think it was. But what politician would be able to survive what Netanyahu had to go through multiple times to get to this point? Now, that doesn't mean he's a good guy. All right? But he's the right person for the job. I mean, personally, Trump is probably an asshole too. All right? There's many things about Trump's personality that are not something that you would want in your kids. All right? But there's also parts of his personality that are exceptional. So this is the thing, is that both of these individuals, Trump and Netanyahu, have character issues. But that doesn't mean they're not the right person for the time. George Washington was the right person for the time. He would not be the right person for today. All right? Even though he was a great president. Now, Trump represents Esau, positive. Jacob, soul root, is represented on our plane, all right, through Netanyahu. And so this alliance that's taking place, this was written down a long time ago. And even though there was a little bit of a disagreement with the whole ceasefire, that relationship between Jacob and positive Esau will be maintained. And Esau negative will eventually die. But Trump, and this is the part of the character that I don't like, sometimes is afraid. And so he tries to hedge himself so there's no risk. Or if there is a risk and something goes wrong, he can blame it on someone else. That's not a leader. That is not a leader. So let's call a spade a spade.
Friends and enemies. Look, in our country, our government tried to take out Donald Trump. The establishment tried to take him out. They used phony crimes. They used phony civil statutes. They brought him in Democrat districts. They had judges, I wouldn't say in their back pocket ideologically, yes. And yet he muscled through and he defeated them. And you defeated them too with your vote this election. Benjamin Netanyahu has something similar going on. He's been in a criminal trial over the most inane allegations one could ever imagine. And it goes on and on and on.
What is interesting is what's similar between Trump and Netanyahu, even though their soul roots are disparate. They're both battling internally a ultra-liberal population. In the United States, the blue-haired liberal, this ultra-liberal, that's destroying God, country, and family. That's what Trump's battling in the United States. Something similar is happening in Israel. There's an ultra-liberal, secular agenda to push away observance of Torah from the society. Well, do you think that's going to play out well when you really need God's blessing? So Netanyahu gets the kav, gets the blessing to be able to move the society forward in Israel towards Torah observance. So this is really internally in our respective countries is a battle between conservatism and liberalism.
A general, a hard left prosecutorial system, and radical leftist judges, including on their Supreme Court. They have basically what is a judicial tyranny at the highest level. We have a judicial tyranny at the lowest level, but sort of leaching into the highest level. So they share the same, in many respects, enemies, obstacles, and friends.
And you got to remember, the state of Israel was a secular construct to actually weaken the observance of Judaism. So it's kind of like the opposite of what's happening in Iran. You have a theocracy trying to push the observance of Islam through a Shia lens. And in Israel, you have a group that's trying to control the Knesset and trying to control the judicial branch, where they're trying to push away conservatism and usher in non-observance. Now, that's not going to bode very well for a country that's supposed to boot up the temple. Now, there's no country, there's no group of people other than Jews that are Kohens that can boot up the temple. Nobody else. Not Christians, not Muslims, not Buddhists, not Hindus, and only a certain type of Jew. It can't be it can't be just from one of the other tribes. It has to be a Cohen. Has to be. It's not a Levite. It's not from the tribe of Benjamin. It's not from, any of the other tribes. It has to be Cohen. So that means a very small percentage of the people on the planet can boot up the temple. And it's very precise. And even during temple times, the priests, the Kohen Gadol, the highest priest, they didn't really want it because they didn't live for a long time. They died early, within 12 months. So you get elevated in, and then if your soul isn't pure, like super pure, you die. Now, what other group of people have that level of purity? Nobody. So if you're ushering in a group of people in Israel that's trying to demonize observance, trying to weaken the Torah, then what it does is it weakens a group of people that won't be able to boot up the temple. And this is where Satan is trying to convince people through Lashon Hara, and not Lashon Hara, but Lashon Hara is speaking bad of people. But the evil inclination, there's an evil inclination that takes place in individuals, and you have to choose. Now, some people would call that you have a good angel and a bad angel on your shoulders. That's something similar. But there is this evil inclination that's tied to Satan that affects everybody, not just negative Esau. But if you can convince enough of the society in Israel to not follow Torah, Satan gets stronger. So when you hear about this secular movement in Israel and how they're going after Netanyahu, it's really a battle between observance of Torah and non-observance of Torah.
So they're very close, despite all the leaks that you read in Axios and Politico that were pushed out there, a gap between Netanyahu and Trump, a gap between the Americans and the Israel, all lies. All lies. To show you how remarkable Donald Trump is in this instance, because we could spend all week on this. In 1996, Bill Clinton had the opportunity to blow up the North Korean nuclear site. He passed. Then suddenly in 2006,
because we had weak presidents not willing to take risks. And by kicking the can down the road, what happens? Nuclearization, they get missile development, ICBMs, and now we have a bigger problem. This is what I said. It's better to solve the problem instead of kicking the can down the road. Gaza wouldn't have been leveled, and all those children died, and all that collateral damage if Israel was willing to get the job done and the international community didn't intercede decade after decade after decade. So now the costs are more and the collateral damage is greater. Failed policy. You have a problem, handle it right away. If you had cancer, would you just let it fester? Or would you try to have some surgery, try to eliminate it? Or would you just let it sit there and metastasize?
Koreans revealed their nuclear weapon. And since 2006, they've produced 50 nuclear missiles. They've enough fissile material to produce a total of 90 nuclear weapons. Because Bill Clinton was a coward. Barack Obama is a coward too. Barack Obama negotiated a deal with this Islamo-Nazi regime in Tehran, despite the fact they had slaughtered Americans, despite the fact
listen to my episode, I think it's 78, where I'm listening to the rabbi, and the rabbi talks about how Satan is detaching himself from negative Esau, because negative Esau is about to die, and he's attaching to an evil part of the soul root of Ishmael. And he said that happened in Edom, which is Rome, through Barack Obama.
They had commit acts of terrorism against our troops, against our civilians, and back these proxies to do the same. He appeased them. And
all right, this is for the admins out there. With Navan, you get the ease of allowing employees to book on their own, so they no longer have to chase someone down to book their...
He appeased them. And under his deal, in 10 years, which would be now, that regime would have a nuclear weapon with our blessing. Donald Trump comes in office and says, that's crazy. And he rips up the deal and he signs the reversal, and he handed me the pen, which is in a frame hanging on my wall in my home. Donald Trump comes back into power. He sees what? Not only did Obama sell out our country, Biden literally is subsidizing the enemy with hundreds of billions of dollars directly and through oil exports to another enemy, communist China, while he's undermining the state of Israel and smearing the prime minister of Israel. Helps them build up this war machine. They were on their back after Donald Trump had basically choked their lifeline, their economic lifeline. He comes in now, he gets intelligence. He gets intelligence from many places. He looks at it, the vice president looks at it, the secretary of defense looks at it, secretary of state looks at it, the director of the CIA helps present it, other agencies do, and they go, wait a minute, these guys are a minute away. Oh, we've heard that all the time. Excuse me, these guys are a minute away. 2 weeks, they have a weapon. A crude weapon that can become very quickly a sophisticated weapon, because they're also building intercontinental ballistic missiles. He says that's not going to stand. And so he has to battle in this country two forces, the Democrats and the isolationists. He has to battle the Bernie Sanders and the AOCs, who really hate our country. These are Marxist Islamists. That's what they are. Marxist Islamists. And he has to battle our isolationists who claim that they represent MAGA, and that in the face of Iran building nuclear weapons, and in the face of all they've done to us, page after page of the murders and the terrorism and all the rest, the assassination attempts against him, for which an individual was charged just last November, we should pretend it's not happening. He says, I'm President of the United States, I'm Commander-in-Chief, I'm MAGA, I represent all the people, that will not stand. And he and his team, civilian and military, put together what is one of the greatest military acts in world history. Really. Now you might say, well, it's not Battle of the Bulge, it's not Iwo Jima. It doesn't have to be Battle of the Bulge or Iwo Jima. He took out the nuclear sites in Iran, which could have been Hiroshima, Nagasaki against us. That's what he did. Now, a couple of things that I want to mention right now. The ifs. The Democrats, the isolationists, the media. What if as a result of this? What if the Iranians attack our armed forces? What if the Iranians, their sleeper cells, attack us in the United States? What if they do that? You know what's amazing about this? They have no conception about the mindset of this enemy, of the Islamist jihadist mindset. They want to kill us, America. They want to kill us. They want to kill the West. They want to kill the Israelis. They want to kill Jews and Christians and non-compliant, from their perspective, Muslims. They're a slaughterhouse. They're a bloodlust. The people who speak this way have read nothing and understand nothing about the enemy. It doesn't matter what we do to the enemy's going to keep coming and keep coming. Did we provoke 9/11 when they killed over 2,000 of our people? No, we didn't provoke 9/11. Did we provoke any?
What about the acid that people were throwing on women because they didn't have their headscarves on in Iran? So by Trump not killing the Ayatollah, he's indirectly supporting that.
No, we haven't provoked anything. All we do is try to defend ourselves. So for the crowd that says, what if, let me ask you some what ifs. If Iran continued to produce its nuclear program, you think the other Arab nations would sit quiet? We know Saudi Arabia and the others, they have hundreds of billions of dollars. Of course they want to buy a nuclear military program. So proliferation in the worst, most dangerous part of the world. Can you imagine that? With terrorists everywhere. And if Iran gets nukes, what then of our military bases? You've heard, what if they shoot short-range, mid-range missiles into our military bases? And just for the record, these military bases are all in Arab countries. They're not in Israel. But what if they do? Of course, they may. Of course, that's what they do. But what if they had nuclear weapons? And they said, we're going to shoot a nuclear weapon into our military bases. Or what if they said, get out of the Middle East, or we're going to use our nuclear weapons against your military bases? You understand, it's the same mindset. What if they gave a nuclear weapon to the Houthis? They said, we're going to shut down the straits, we're going to shut down oil, we decide what comes and goes, all the economic activity that goes on that benefits us too, that's that. Blackmail us, threaten us, or use the weapon. What if they give a dirty bomb, now that they have the technology, to one of these sleeper cells that we talked about? What happens then? Are we going to stop all of them? So there was no option. This was it. So the isolationists, they need to admit how foolish they are and accept how foolish they are. And I feel like some of them are sitting on the edge of the chair waiting for something to happen to say, see, I told you so. See, I told you so. You haven't told us anything.
And that's exactly what Alex Jones and Stephen Bannon's doing. And there's so many people that are conservative and that are, voted Republican, voted for Trump, that support Stephen Bannon and Alex Jones. And Stephen Bannon and Alex Jones are fucking pacifists. Fucking pacifists. It's tip of the spear. They say they're the tip of the spear. Tip of the spear? Really? Really? I don't think so. Being a pacifist is not tip of the spear. It's the butt of an ass.
In fact, you keep giving it.
Stephen Bannon. Yeah. America first.
You keep giving aid and comfort to the enemy with what you keep saying. Perhaps they're misreading our country because of you. Rethink what you're doing. It's dangerous and it's irresponsible. Then we have the Democrats. No sooner had the mission been finished.
Then it gets even worse. You had that argument between Tucker and Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is a smart guy, right? I think he was first of his class at Harvard Law. Now, to be there, that's pretty difficult, all right? Smart guy. And Tucker, who didn't graduate from college, is chastising Cruz because he didn't know the population of Iran, which I think is just totally irrelevant. I mean, 90 million or 91 million people in Iran. What's the real issue of it, Tucker? It's nuclear capability run by a theocratic regime. If it's 10 million, 100 million, or a billion, it doesn't matter. It's a problem for the whole world. But Tucker is a fucking pacifist.
And accomplished with 100% perfection. They're calling for the impeachment of Donald Trump. They're claiming that he violated the Constitution of the United States, which they care very much about, as you must know. And so there they are, the reprobates, the miscreants, the malcontents, starting with AOC and Bernie Sanders, two people who hate the Constitution and hate the Republic, or they wouldn't be Marxist Islamists, would they? So they say the president violated the War Powers Act, which was passed in 1973, and my guest, John, you and I are going to discuss it some length. It was violated. He must be impeached. He's a dictator. Our military just pulled off something that is astonishing. Just saved the world, the entire world. And by the way, that includes the United States. From a nuclear Iran. And the Democrats see this as an opportunity they believe to exploit. They're the enemy within.
Exactly. And that enemy within that he's talking about is the negative Esau that I said was going to split in 2023. I said this was going to happen. And now I'm using language of like Kabbalah and the Zohar, but he's saying the same thing in a different context. Yet what's predicted is negative Esau dies, not figuratively, literally.
Are the enemy within. The War Powers Act is unconstitutional, as John, you and I will discuss further. It violates separation of powers. It defangs the president as the commander-in-chief. People will throw around terms like, well, Congress says you see declaration of war. We will address that, so forth. But it is unconstitutional. We'll get into that. But even more than that, it's unworkable. It's unworkable. I have in front of me National War Powers Commission report of several years ago. Both parties, former secretaries of state of both parties, former attorneys general of both parties, including my attorney general, Ed Meese, who was my mentor and so forth, and they claim this law was passed in haste. It's unworkable. You want a taste of this? You're going to need it because we're going to fight this battle. We have to defeat these Democrats, these isolationists who are in Congress, the radical libertarian isolationists like Tommy Massey, Rand Paul, who claim that they know what the Constitution is, but they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Section 2C of the War Powers Act very narrowly describes the president's war power. Is that in the Constitution? No. Can Congress just pass a statute and amend the Constitution? No. Are we constitutionalists? 5C, Congress can order a president to remove troops who are in the middle of battle. Is that what our framers had in mind?
Business owners have to lead by example, work every day without excuses, with unending energy. That's hard when your accounting and payroll can...
Let me just intervene. Let me interrupt the Venn diatribe. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,093. Like I said, resistance level is 6,130. That'll be an all-time high. All right? So it's probably going to happen in July. I've been saying this from when the market started selling off with the whole tariff issue, and Alex Jones said, go buy gold. Alex Jones said, there's going to be a major crash in the equities and the treasuries and the dollar, and everyone's going to be moving over to Europe and China's financial markets. And DrPaulCottrell, who knows a lot about finance, I know a lot about a lot of things, but I know a lot about financial markets. All right, I know a lot about engineering too, and I know a lot about medicine. But the thing is that guess what? Alex Jones was wrong. Alex Jones is wrong. You're literally going to see an all-time high on the S&P 500 in July. So if you listen to Alex Jones on something relatively simple, as in buy the dip and wait it out, you gain more than 20% return on your money, on your new deployed money. Now, if you were already invested in the market, it didn't take that long to get back. If you listened to Alex Jones, you would have sold and you would have lost. Now, if he can't get that right, what makes you think that he's right about Iran, which is a hell of a lot more complex? Because Alex Jones is wrong. Stephen Bannon is wrong. Stephen Bannon wants you to go buy gold. Really? That means that you're retreating. I thought you were the tip of the spear, Bannon. When you tell someone to go buy gold, that's like you're not a positive on the equity market. You're fearful. How can you be tip of the spear by being a person that just hides under their bed and buys gold? Like I said, leaders lead. And you can see it in their lineage. You can see it in their ethos. It's just part of their DNA. Alex Jones and Stephen Bannon are pacifists. But they want you to pretend, they want you to think, and they pretend that they're the tip of the spear. Tip of the spear, really? Bannon can't even still get the right story on what happened in 2020. Bannon, it's USACCP virus. Say it with me, Bannon. USACCP virus. Stephen Bannon, tip of the spear. America first, be a pacifist. Arrgh.
Consumers had in mind? Of course not. And they do this by statute? The Supreme Court said even that provision of the War Powers Act is utterly unconstitutional. Section 3 requires the president to consult with Congress. Well, what if he doesn't have time to consult with Congress? Like when we're attacked. Or if he consults with Congress, they leak and destroy the mission. That's super secret, like this mission never seen.
Exactly.
And the statute doesn't say, well, who does he consult in Congress? The Speaker? Is that good enough? Well, who does he consult? Then we have sections 4A and section 5 empowers Congress to literally halt a military operation. It's worse, by inaction. So the president's required to report to Congress certain military activities. And if Congress doesn't act, he's then forced to end the military activities. Does any of that sound constitutional to you? Does any of that sound sane to you? Sane. You think George Washington would have agreed to this?
Fuck
the
no.
Commander of the Revolutionary Army? No. This is what happens when you get a legislative body.
No. Mark, it's not no, it's fuck no. Come on. Keep your vocabulary up there. Fuck no. America first.
Can't even pass budgets, can't even balance a budget, can't even cut taxes, can't even secure a border, can't even do all these things, even though now some of these things are getting in war-making decisions. Yes, there is the declaration of war provision, which we'll discuss with John Yoo and so forth. And keep in mind, they bring this up at a time when the nation, real Americans, are celebrating our military, are celebrating the fact that you can sleep peacefully and quietly at night now, knowing that the Iranian terrorist Islamic Nazi regime will not get any further with its Faisal nuclear intercontinental missile program aimed straight between our eyes. It's over. They're still the enemy. Jihadis, Islamists, terrorists are still the enemy. This did not prevent that. This did not prevent their sleeper cells from acting. It hasn't prevented another 9/11. It's not going to stop them from hijacking planes and killing Jews in the Middle East and killing Americans and doing the things that they do. This one night of victory stopped their nuclear program. So they may attack our troops, but they've been attacking our troops since long before this. And for some reason, that doesn't seem to anger some of the decision makers in the Democrat parties. For some reason, it doesn't seem to anger the isolationists who talk a good game but have no plan. Donald Trump overcame all of this. But I want to put out a little warning to
Whether you're a professional technician or simply take pride in maintaining your own cars, Harbor Freight offers quote.
But I want to put out a little warning to our Democrat friends and our isolationist friends and their friends in the corrupt media. It's not going to work. I and people like me are going to stare you down. We're going to fight you every step of the way, legally, politically, every step of the way. You're not going to take a great victory like this against a horrendous enemy that has slaughtered thousands of Americans directly and through their proxies, whose bodies are buried in military cemeteries all over this country. Civilians whose bodies are buried in cemeteries all over this country. You're not going to take this event where we should be celebrating and thanking our great commander-in-chief in the American military and turn it into a political opportunity for you. You don't deserve to hold power. And I want to say one thing to the Israeli people. You've been very strong. The missiles are still raining down on you. The war with Iran is not over. You heard our President of the United States say that again, this Islamic, terrorist, Nazi regime can choose peace or basically annihilation. People call this regime change. I don't even know what that means. We're defending ourselves. Israel's defending itself. If there is a government that wants to destroy us or destroy them, or in fact attack our troops more, attack our people more, then apparently more needs to be done than knocking out their nuclear programs. This is another contradiction of these people. No regime change. Okay, great. But they keep attacking us. Now what? Now what? We're not looking to change the regime. If they attack us, we're looking to destroy it. And that is a good thing if you have an enemy that won't stop. I can't think of another president of the United States who would think it is a good thing to put our heads in the sand and pretend none of this is going to happen. For those in our country who are saying, what if? What if the Iranians do this? What if the Iranians do that? What about their sleeper cells? What if they attack us again? What if they do this? What if they do? You're making the case for regime change. You are. And they are. I, President of the United States, am making the case for defending our country. Big difference. Again, I just want to salute our great president, our armed forces. I cannot thank you enough. Please know the American people are thrilled. And again, I want to congratulate the Israelis and their prime minister for being strong and tough as they still duke it out with that Iranian terrorist Nazi regime.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Out of the Middle East right now, the newly brokered ceasefire between Israel and Iran appearing to grow more fragile after both sides launched attacks that threatened to sink the deal just hours into it. Those moves leading to a furious rebuke by President Trump. Listen.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
All right, joining us now, retired U.S. Army General David Petraeus. He was also director of the CIA and commander of the U.S. military Central Command, which oversees the Middle East region. General, thanks so much for joining us. Let me get your immediate reaction to what we heard from the president this morning.
Well, President Trump is obviously trying to reinforce the ceasefire that he essentially declared. I'm not sure that either of the countries completely agreed with it when it was made, but Iran seemingly accepting this. They, of course, were engaged through the and then we engaged directly with the Israelis and Prime Minister Netanyahu, who had previously said that Israel was very close to achieving its objectives, appears to have accepted as well. Yes, there was that exchange. The Iranians in particular launched 5 volleys of rockets, which killed at least 4 Israelis. They responded to that. But I think that now that this is a bit more solid, and we'll see how it goes during the course of today, where you could see perhaps some further attacks on U.S. bases by Shia militia supported by Iran there, as we saw over the course of the last 24 hours, but with no American casualties.
General Petraeus, how long do you think this ceasefire can actually last?
Well, I think that the Iranians probably would be happy to be able to catch their breath, to see what they have left. You know, one of the big questions out of this, in fact, priority intelligence requirement number 1, or at least after, are there any further threats to U.S. facilities, personnel, and so forth in the region, clearly has to be, is there any highly enriched uranium left? And are there any of these centrifuges left as well? That's a big question. Did we really penetrate down into those spaces? I think the Massive Ordnance Penetrator is an incredible weapon system. We reportedly dropped 12 of them on the Fordo site alone, the deeply buried site. But we really need to figure out, does Iran have anything left? That would be very, very important, especially if they were able to cart it away clandestinely and might be able to reestablish some enrichment capacity and take what was already highly enriched uranium, 60%, the next turn of the enrichment process to over 90% for weapons grade.
General Petraeus, I want to play what the president said this morning when he was asked about Iran's nuclear facilities. Listen to this.
Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there, absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished. The B-2 pilots did their job. They did it better than anybody could even imagine. They hit late in the evening. It was dark with no moon, and they hit that target with every one of those things, and that place is gone.
Can we definitively say, General Petraeus, that these facilities have been completely destroyed, completely gone?
Well, first of all, there was a very, very impressive U.S. operation. Following on, very impressive Israeli operations. Of course, by the end, the Israelis were flying free. They had destroyed all the strategic air and ballistic missile defenses that Iran had. That said, I think the president probably is correct that the damage to Fordo means that what they would do if they need to rebuild the program is do it somewhere else. And there have actually been rumors at various times that there is another deeply buried site somewhere out there. And again, I'm sure that intelligence officials are working very, very hard to confirm or deny that. So again, Fordo, I'm sure the damage is so very substantial that it would be unwise to rebuild that particular facility, and also probably structurally unsound. But if there is HEU somewhere else, highly enriched uranium, and if some centrifuges were moved before these strikes on the different facilities, that's another matter. And that, again, will be a very key intelligence question that has to be determined in the days and weeks that come.
In an official statement, Israel said,
"Other consultancies work around you. At West Monroe, we work with you. Overcomplicated strategy, it's so overrated." What?
In an official statement, Israel says it has accomplished its goals in Iran ahead of this ceasefire deal. How does this square with the possibility that Iran could still have enriched uranium?
Well, I'm sure that the Israelis are ready to go after that if that is the case. I'm not sure all of us get quite how significant 10-7 was and this change in the strategic mindset of the Israelis, that they will not allow a threat to be established not just in their neighbors, in their neighborhood with Hezbollah in Lebanon or Hamas or the others, but they will not allow a threat to be established in the region if it is one that can actually threaten their security, as Iran's capabilities clearly had done.
I want to get your reaction, General Petraeus, to something the former U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said about how the Biden administration war-gamed a potential military conflict with Iran. I'm quoting now. In that scenario, the Iranian regime could hide its near weapons-grade material, greenlight weaponization, and sprint toward a bomb. Thus, Mr. Trump's strike has risked precipitating what we want to prevent. How big of a risk is that? What do you think, General Petraeus?
Well, I don't think you can dismiss the risk, as I have obviously described. And again, that's why the intelligence authorities have to pursue this. But the damage overall to the entire nuclear enterprise, two dozen or so nuclear scientists, the facilities in which they did their work, all of the different enrichment sites and storage sites. Again, the damage done by the combination of Israeli and U.S. strikes is very, very substantial. And I think it will be very difficult, unless there is some other site out there, and that's never been confirmed, to which they took some of the highly enriched uranium and some of the centrifuges. That would be the worst case. And that clearly, again, is the question of the day.
In another important development today, General Petraeus, the president is on his way right now to the NATO summit in the Netherlands. He says he'd like to see a deal with Russia ahead of that summit. And we're now learning he plans to meet with the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, on the sidelines of the NATO summit. Could the momentum from this recent ceasefire help facilitate a deal?
only if the US and all the other European countries that are members of NATO would do so much more for Ukraine that they could change the dynamic on the battlefield and finally convince President Putin that he cannot achieve further objectives at acceptable cost. And he's been willing to take enormous cost, as you know, assessing about 1 million wounded and killed over the course of this latest war, and 500,000 of those unable to return to the front lines because they were killed or so seriously wounded.
General David Petraeus, as usual, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Will.
Right now, across the United States, hospitals, dams, and
all right, let's go to Bloomberg here. Oh, before I do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Hold on. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor will get rid of that brain fog, allow you to improve your memory. It helps support memory. It's going to allow you to concentrate on the tasks that you need to do at work or in school, or even if you're retired. Take it every day, drink it with filtered water. It's super important to take. And what will happen is you're going to get those neurons firing and improve that neuroplasticity. Good night formula, super important for getting into 3 or 5 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. Super important to detoxify your central nervous system, to be well rested in the morning, and to consolidate memory. Stack it with Clarity Factor to help with your neural health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Good night formula has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. Another great product that I have is the gel. I have it in a tube form or in the quick dispenser form. It's a dual purpose product. You can put it on a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn, and it'll help to heal it. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can use it as an aftershave. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your nose, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the gel. Be prepared. You're going to need it. And if you don't have it and you need it, guess what? Too late. Please go to my store and get the vitamin C and magnesium. Vitamin C and magnesium is a dual purpose supplement. It helps with your skin. It also helps with your brain function because magnesium helps with brain function. And vitamin C and magnesium helps the immune system. Another great dual purpose product is olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract will bring down inflammation. That's important for your vascular system, and bringing down inflammation will help with your immune system. And olive leaf extract helps your lipid profile, helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. That's super important because less LDL means less oxidized LDL, which means less plaque. So please go to my store and get the olive leaf extract. Take it every day. And Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost is a supplement that you should be taking every day. It has 68 nutrients. It has a very comprehensive compound profile. Read the label on my website. This will target multiple systems. It's going to target your cardiovascular system. It's going to target musculature and brain function. It's going to boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. You're going to lose weight safely if you need to lose weight. And with taking Boomer Boost, you take 1 scoop a day. This is a month supply. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, milk, or even a smoothie. Take it once a day. And you're going to notice that you're going to have a steady burn of energy throughout the whole day. No spiking. It's a steady burn of energy. You're going to be able to concentrate, gets rid of brain fog. You're going to sleep better. When you work out, you're going to start getting faster gains in musculature. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. It also helps with the A1C levels, but if you stack the Boomer Boost with Gladiator barley or heirloom barley, it helps with A1C even more. But we'll talk about that after we listen to Bloomberg for a little while.
Air Force One. Well, we have heard from him on Truth Social a number of times since he boarded the plane, suggesting that we are now at a peaceful time, that both sides, Israel and Iran, wanted this ceasefire agreement. The question, of course, is how long can it remain intact? And that's where we turn now to the former chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Congressman Michael McCall of Texas, is joining us live here on Bloomberg TV and radio from Capitol Hill. Sir, we appreciate your time. What will it take to make sure that this ceasefire between Israel and Iran is maintained, is not violated again?
Well, I think the president's done a remarkable job putting pressure on both parties, both Israel and Iran, to stop the fighting that's been going on for so long. I think what happened the other night with our B-2 stealth bombers taking out the 3 nuclear facilities sent a strong message to Iran that we're going to have peace in the region, and that can only be done through strength. I would say also that the response from Iran, they say, was proportional, even though it wasn't, but that's to me very indicative that Iran doesn't want to escalate this either. They're saying there's a proportional strike, face-saving measure for the Iranian regime to their people, but they've been hurt dramatically. Both their top leadership, the scientists, the political leaders, and the 3 nuclear sites. I don't think Iran wants to escalate this anymore. And your overture you mentioned to the Saudis just a few minutes ago, I think is a very significant step forward.
Congressman, it's good to see you, and I wonder your thoughts to Kaylee's point on maintaining this ceasefire, and more specifically, what to do with the highly enriched uranium that is still floating somewhere around Iran that we cannot locate and was apparently moved ahead of U.S. strikes. If we're not going to see weapons inspectors, for instance, in that country, how do we find it? How do we control this?
That's going to be extremely important. It has to be part of the peace agreement, and I'm glad Iran is now wanting to come to the table in good faith, which they were not before. That remaining material is very important. I've been briefed on this strike before it happened as well. It did significant damage, but they can rebuild. We need to make sure they do not rebuild these facilities, and that all of the enriched uranium is accounted for so they can't build a nuclear bomb. Meanwhile, Israel is inside of Iran, and they are looking at the people of Iran. One of the problems is I have some concerns that as long as the Ayatollah and the oppressive theocracy is in power, it's going to be difficult to maintain that peace. But this president has shown the boldness, I think, in the brilliant military operation to put that kind of pressure necessary to maybe possibly achieve peace as we look at normalization talks between Israel and the rest of the Arab world, that being the Saudis and the other countries to follow.
Well, Congressman, you may have been briefed before this all went down, but many of your Democratic colleagues have been upset about that, as I'm sure you well know. And of course, there are a number of them pushing for a vote on a war powers resolution as a result. This question around congressional notification and authorization. The House Speaker, Mike Johnson, today suggested that the War Powers Act, which has been the law of the land for over 50 years now, is unconstitutional, though the Constitution obviously does say Congress is the only power that can declare war and appropriate funding for the military. What exactly is your reading of the founders' intentions here? Should we be questioning the constitutionality of the War Powers Act?
Well, the War Powers Act was an attempt to reconcile within the Constitution Article 1 that Congress has the power to declare war, which is clear. Article 2, the president is the commander-in-chief, so can conduct limited strikes, like in this case, under the self-defense argument. That has been done since 1973, since war powers. In fact, it's been done prior to that under President Truman, all the way up to modern-day history. The question will be, the War Powers Act started to kick in the day of the strikes. 60 days later, if there's sustained military action, that then does require the Congress to act with either a declaration of war or an authorized use of military force, like what we did after 9/11. So that will be the ongoing discussion, I think, in the Congress. I don't think you're going to see boots on the ground, American boots. I don't think you're going to see sustained military presence by the United States. So perhaps this will take care of itself. But we are, obviously in the Congress, we jealously guard our Article 1 powers.
That said, Congressman, if the president was acting amid the executive authority here to protect Americans against an imminent threat, does he need to show Americans the intelligence that would prove that Iran was as close to a nuclear weapon as he is suggesting? Because that would run counter to what we've heard from some others in the intelligence community. And should there be evidence that we close the deal, that the centrifuges, the nuclear facilities have in fact been destroyed, as the president says?
We do have a scheduled classified briefing on that very issue, which would be extremely important for Congress to hear. We operate on the behalf of the American people. That is the Article 1 authority. Now, when I was chairman of Foreign Affairs, I would get notification from both the Trump and Biden administrations when they use strikes, and under what authorities are they doing this. And many times it could be an AUMF authority or also self-defense, and sometimes just self-defense Article 2, which is what they did in this case. They did notify the Congress that they operate under self-defense in the immediate present danger. Now, I would argue that the fact that they're enrichment at 60%, that could get to 90%, the threat to the Middle East existentially to the United States, and the track record did pose a threat ultimately to the American people. They have been the largest state-sponsored terror in the region for so many years, since 1979. I hope that this action, though, this military action, will finally bring it to a head where we can finally have peace in the Middle East.
In our final moment with you, Congressman, on intelligence, the president, of course, has criticized the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. The ODNI is facing budget cuts. Does this do damage to our intelligence gathering capabilities and operations?
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't in the room. I can tell you what I know, and that is that they did have enrichment capabilities to build a nuclear bomb. What they didn't have was a nuclear warhead itself. They were working on that, but they could also buy it from, say, Russia, China, North Korea. It's a nuclear warhead that they need to put the bomb in that then attaches to the ballistic missiles that can then deliver a nuclear warhead to the region. And let's not forget the intercontinental ballistic missiles they've been working on, not to go to the moon as a space program, but to deliver nuclear warheads intercontinental, that being from Iran to the United States. And that is what they were working on. And now we put it to a temporary halt.
Well, Congressman, it's good to have you with us. We can get into the office of the DNI maybe next time we talk. Michael McCall, bringing his experience as the former chair of the House Foreign.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. C60 is a very strong, very potent antioxidant that I take every day. I've been taking it since 2016. I take it every day, take a teaspoon a day, preferably on an empty stomach. And what it will do is it's going to soak up free radicals, bring down the stress in the cell, help the health of the mitochondria. Your ATP is going to improve, and you're going to have more energy. Now, by soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, you're going to reduce plaque formation because it's reducing oxidized LDL. When you take C60, it's going to help to boost up your immune system. It's going to help the health of your endocrine system. Your endocrine system is going to get into homeostasis, and your neuron health will improve. Why? Because by improving the mitochondria in the neuron and reducing the stress of the neuron is healthier. If there's a lot of stress in the neuron, the myelin sheath starts to degrade, mitochondrial health starts to go down, the ATP goes down. But by soaking up the free radicals in the neuron, your mitochondria is going to improve, and you're going to have more ATP to make those neurotransmitters. You'll have healthy myelin sheath, and what's going to happen is just the electrical signal is going to shoot through those neurons. And you're going to have positive neuroplasticity. And when you have positive neuroplasticity, you think faster, your memory is better, right? So you get a lot of benefits by taking C60. And over time, you're going to notice that you're aging slower. Not just that, C60 helps the basal layer of your skin. So that those adult stem cells that are in the basal layer is producing new skin cells that you shed off, right? You need that basal layer healthy. Well, to improve the health of that basal layer, you take resveratrol and take C60. So you get a lot of benefits from C60. You can get it in extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil or MCT coconut oil. Now, it needs to be an oil because it's lipid soluble and that helps with the absorption. Take a teaspoon a day, every day, and stack it with NAD+, resveratrol, clarity factor, ubiquinol. Those are very powerful ways to stack it. Another way to stack it is to take my overall protocol. And the overall core protocol is max 35 or max 14 or cleanse to boost up the immune system. That's the first pillar. The second pillar is the C60, soak up those free radicals. The third pillar is the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans to boost up that immune system and help with your vascular system. And then take Boomer Boost to boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. So you target the things that make you become older and you mitigate those, you're slowing down the aging process. And a big part of it is making sure that you strengthen your muscles and strengthen your bones, build more bone density, get proper sleep, bring down those free radicals, boost up those energy levels by improving the mitochondrial health, move around, have more vitality. And these things you're going to start noticing, even though it sounds simple, but it has compound effects, just like saving money in a bank, all right? It has compound interest, right? So eventually what happens is because of this compound effect, your body is healing and is slowing down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. And lastly, heirloom barley or gladiator barley this is a high density protein. It's a powder. You get a big scoop, or take 1 scoop a day, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even milk. Take it every day. And what heirloom barley does is it detoxifies your body, brings down inflammation, and soaks up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. So if you stack this with C60, you're attacking by 2 different vectors to absorb free radicals. You're absorbing free radicals with C60, and then you're soaking up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. The more ways you soak up free radicals, the better off the health of your body will be. All right? So take the heirloom barley. It's going to detoxify your body, reduce inflammation. That's important because by reducing inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. Reducing inflammation at the joints is going to help with arthritis. And reducing inflammation when you work out, you're recovering faster. And bringing down inflammation systemically is going to help with your immune system. And a lot of people don't realize part of neural health is keeping inflammation down at the cerebral level. So if you're bringing down inflammation around the neurons, then the myelin sheath is healthier. Super important. So if you attack these simplistic aging mechanisms, you can slow down the aging process and your body heals. So please go to my store, get the heirloom barley. I also have gladiator barley, and gladiator barley does everything that the heirloom barley does, but it also helps you to build muscle. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. That is the show for today. I've been going for about 4 hours. Thank you for listening. Have a nice day.